I'm so grateful.
Yeah, me
So
too.
grateful.
Thank you. We appreciate
That said, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. And Mr. Colley, I believe we are good to go. All right, Ms. Contra, can you go through a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Sandoval. Mrs. Pingarelli?
Here.
Mr. Sandoval?
Here.
Mrs. Joan?
Here.
Mrs. Ceja Martinez?
Good morning. Here.
Good morning. Thank you. And Mrs. Underhill?
Here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And welcome everybody to this morning's meeting. It's a one that certainly the community, our teachers, staff, our students, all those that we serve, has been waiting for. I know we wanted to meet face to face for this meeting. I think in light of the recent guidance from public health and the governor not to have any gatherings of 50 more individuals, certainly was part of our decision to meet virtually. In addition to having a seamless conversation, allowing those who are streaming and listening in and watching to experience a very fluid conversation with our task force, or the resident experts who have been in the trenches and doing all the research and data capturing, surveys to define and really lead this conversation. So with that said, again, this is a very important subject, one that none of us take lightly. But again, I just want to welcome everybody and thank you for joining us. So with that said, Dr. Reynolds, would you please lead us in the pledge this morning and our moment of silence? And once again, as we are pausing during that moment of silence, please keep it in mind those individuals, families, our PUSD family, any that have been impacted by this pandemic. And also keeping in mind our teachers, staff, students, district admin, site admin, as we move forward. So Dr. Reynolds, when you are comfortable, please lead us through the pledge.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that, sir, and welcome to your first official day of our being our superintendent and first official board meeting as our superintendent. So excited what the future brings with you as in the leadership seats for PUSD. So
thank you so much.
All right, moving along to public comments. Ms. Contra, I know we do have some public comment, but I don't believe any of the items that are being communicated are tied to any subject that's not on the agenda.
Thank you, President Sandoval. That is correct. Every comment that I have is tied to return to school in some manner. Okay, so we'll read those before we get into 4.1. So moving along to section 4, our agenda items. Before we get too deep into these two items, one of the things that I'd like to recommend to the board, and I definitely want your feedback, is this is a very mission critical conversation and subject as we discuss, how we are going to return to school in the upcoming academic year. With that said, I do believe
that it warrants every minute of these 4 hours to have the conversation. That said, what I'd like to recommend is that we move or table the facility utilization agenda item to a subsequent study session that will take place in short order, still be in line with the district's timing. But once again, I think we just need every minute of these 4 hours to talk about how we're going to return to school. Thoughts?
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
I definitely agree.
All right. Yeah, thank you for that. So, Ms. Contra, I don't know what we need to do officially with the agenda, but let's definitely pause on facility utilization until a subsequent study session takes place.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yes, absolutely. We do not have to move on that as it isn't a voting item, but I will note in the minutes for record that we are moving that to a subsequent meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. With that said, moving on to 4.1, Return to School Plan 2020-2021. Looks like we have an entire team between Mr. Dogood, Ms. Marla Hobbs, and others. So Dr. Reynolds and team, I'll let you take over.
President Sandoval?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like me to read those comments prior to this agenda item, or would you like me to wait until the end?
No, I apologize. Yes, please read those comments.
Not at all, sir. Thank you so much. The first public comment I have this morning comes from Seth O'Brien. Will teachers and staff be tested for COVID-19? Is it possible to reallocate funds from sports and other extracurricular activities, non-academic, to pay for testing during these unprecedented times of a global pandemic? The next comment is from Selena Villanueva. I am a single mom for a school ager. I completely understand the COVID-19 safety concerns, but I do not understand how teachers' pay will not be affected. I do not understand how teachers are put on such a high pedestal. I hope it is not in fear of them protesting, because then you are condoning their actions. Yes, teachers' pay may be affected by the delay, but that is no different than those who were affected by the closures. Everyone should be on equal playing field. If everyone else is good enough to be on unemployment because their job shut down, so are teachers. They are not above the rest of us. Not to mention, unemployment brings in more money than those of us working through the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a slap in our face, to say the least. Virtual learning did not work for all at the end of the last school year, and it will not work for all at the start of this school year. Some teachers did their part, still not up to par to receive full pay, and other teachers did nothing and were not held accountable. There is to be some accountability for teachers, parents, and students. None should feel less than. Not to mention, virtual teaching does not work for all students. Virtual teaching is putting students at a disadvantage, which could inadvertently affect their success in school for a while. Please reconsider virtual learning, continued teacher pay with no action needed to get paid, teacher accountability, and equal playing field for all. Thank you for listening. Next public comment is from David Setzkorn. The board needs to address how high school students who are scheduled to be enrolled in programs at Westmec will be rescheduled if Westmec is unable to provide in-person classes. Classes at Westmec are counted towards elective graduation requirements, and we have not heard or seen anything about how the district plans to address those students. In order to participate in Westmec, students are not only required to take 2 to 3 classes on the high school campus and the rest at Westmec. Many students, including my own, are going to Westmec in order to prepare for trade skills for the job market after high school, and those skills cannot be taught online. We would appreciate the board providing details on how they will ensure Westmec students will meet the graduation requirements if students are unable to attend Westmec. Next comment is from Ms. Corinne Yee. My children have been in Peoria schools their entire careers, and we love and appreciate everything the district does for its students. Our primary concerns as a family during this crisis are safety and meeting our kids' needs, which is particularly difficult for a family as we fall into 2 categories that have separate considerations. My husband is high risk and my son has speech and OT, which are easier to do in person. Plus, kids need socialization for their mental health. We know there are a million considerations for the board and the individual schools, but my chief concern is that if people are entering schools, we need to follow science, which means requiring masks, which have been shown to slow the spread of germs drastically. My kids cannot even consider being in a classroom with people who are unmasked because it will very likely lead them to bring home the illness to their father. And honestly, the schools that your book pickups and book drop-off were not following good mask protocol, which in my opinion shows a disregard for the families who were having to interact with them. They were endangering our family, something I never thought our school district would do. What is the board's stance on wearing masks if schools open? Miss Tammy Day. Thank you to everyone working so hard to meet the needs of all of our students in the district. I understand that this is a difficult challenge and appreciate the efforts made. We have recently moved to Arizona and have 3 older children in the district. We have experience with both homeschooling and public school settings, and we do have children with IEPs. Based on what I have heard and read so far about the FLVS Global Program, I am very excited about it and think it will be a fantastic option for many families. My main concern at this point is for children with moderate to severe cognitive delay and how they will be served by this curriculum. When I went to their website, the brief information I found suggested this might not be the right option for those children. We have had extensive experience with an online curriculum called Unique Learning System. They describe it as a program designed specifically to give students with complex learning needs meaningful access to the general education curriculum, and many districts around the country utilize it. We have used it in a homeschool setting and as part of the public school education in elementary, middle, and high school settings, and have been very happy with it. I would like to encourage the district to consider use of Unique for some students. Thank you. The next public comment is from Sherry McCloskey. Good morning. Thank you all for your thoughtful process to have our children return to school. Thank you, Mrs. Corey Underhill and Mrs. Monica Ceja Martinez, for your great questions during the last school board session. As you all probably know, I have sent several questions to everyone in hopes they will be taken into consideration by your committee. My biggest concern is that my son is on a variance to Oakwood and have been there for 3 years. It took us 3 years to get him in there because Oakwood is a highly desired school. This will be my son's 8th grade year, and we do not want to change schools. If we choose online education and he needs to return to a brick and mortar school, we would like him to return to Oakwood. I am the primary caretaker of my 85-year-old father. He is active and enjoying his life as an independent retirement community. Because I am his care person, I can visit him if I am healthy. He interacts with other residents, and we would all be devastated if I brought the virus there. So far, they have been fortunate to have only 1 case of COVID. I must take this into consideration to help us decide what is best for our family and my son's education. My son is 13 and needs to be kept active, and that has been a huge challenge during the distance learning. With summer here, it has been even more challenging because of the heat. My son needs physical education and interaction with other boys. Currently, he gets social interaction through online gaming. That is the only time he can chat and interact with his friends and other kids. I am not a fan of so much gaming, but I feel my son needs this interaction. The kids today, especially boys, do not just talk on the phone like we used to. I am asking you to consider allowing junior high an alternative to 100% online or 100% school education. Please allow them a way to take some courses online, such as math, English, social studies, and science, but allow them to have PE, band, choir, and sports at school. I also would like my variance to Oakwood to remain open and possibly allow my son to return to this school if the COVID is in more control before the school year ends. Thank you, Sherry McCloskey. Next comment is from Tressa Rappold. I am a PUSD parent and teacher. One of the best things about our high schools is the quantity and quality of electives we offer. I want to make sure that whatever plan we choose does not negatively impact our electives. I am concerned because I don't see all of the courses that I teach that my children take listed in the Florida virtual catalog. Also, some electives only have 1 teacher, so we cannot say that 1 teacher will teach online learners and another teacher will teach on-campus learners if we go with the binary plan proposed last Thursday. Please protect the richness of our course offerings. Further, please consider delaying our start until such time as we can start more safely in person and avoid all the pitfalls of online learning. I am supportive of policies to mitigate the spread of the virus, such as mask Thank you. Ms. Trina Berg. President Sandoval, members of the board, Superintendent Reynolds, and cabinet. My name is Trina Berg, president of Peoria Education Association. As we are preparing to discuss what next school year will look like, even beyond the required delay to in-person until at least August 17th, I urge you to consider online or a hybrid type model to help limit exposure to staff and students. Going back to school fully open will undoubtedly bring outbreaks to our campuses. It is not unreasonable to assume that an exposure could directly affect 10% of the student and staff population. At Heritage, that would mean 52 students, 6 staff. Country Meadows, it would mean 111 students, 11 staff. Copperwood, 82 students, 7 staff. Ira Murphy would be looking at 45 students, 7 staff. Ironwood would be looking at 196 students, 17 staff. Nancy, 125 students, 10 staff. And finally, Liberty High School could potentially have 239 students and 18 staff members test positive. If we are lucky to all have mild cases and can return in 2 weeks. If even 1% are not mild, that's potentially 9 students and staff that become severely ill. We cannot at this time in this situation in Arizona is in right now, open schools and say that we can keep our community safe. No one wants to be out of school. We miss our students, our routines, our lives as they were before this pandemic. And we absolutely know that online is not what is ideal for our students, but also not ideal is a situation where we may have to bounce between online and in person when the outbreaks happen. We need to be able to say that we can do this as safe as possible before we fully reopen, even planning beyond August 17th. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the fact that you have very tough decisions to make. And the final public comment is from Mr. Frank Eager. President Sandoval, members of the board and district administration, my name is Frank Eager, and I am the vice president of the Peoria Education Association. And recently you received data from our members that stated that 54.5% of surveyed teachers did not feel that returning to school in person was safe in the current situation. There are so many unanswered questions at this point in time, and it's difficult for both families and educators to prepare for what next year holds. But one thing is clear, educators need to feel safe being back on campus before we return. In a very quick poll yesterday, 267 people would like the board to make a decision of what the first 9 weeks would look like. 54 people would like PUSD to make decisions on a 2-week basis, and 43 people would like us to make a decision on what the first semester would be. We want the students to be back on campus when it's safe to do so. But we would also like to know what our expectations are so that we aren't left wondering and waiting for changes to happen again. If we want the best learning opportunities for our students, we need to have the stability to know what we are doing. An advantage to making a 9-week decision is that stability. Thank you. President Sandoval, that is all the public comments I have for this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Contra, for reading through those. Yeah, there's without question, this is a big charge and a large meeting, and our focus, as always, has been the success of our students for certain, but the health, wellness, safety of our students, teachers, staff, and their families. That said, Dr. Reynolds, if you can please ensure that individuals from your team respond to these individuals who have expressed their questions and concerns around this particular subject. Hopefully some of those questions will be answered during this meeting, but if not, a response to them, thanking them, as well as answering some of the questions that may not have been answered today is appreciated.
We will, for sure. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, moving along, Dr. Reynolds and team, you're up.
Thank you, President Sandoval, and good morning to our governing board, our cabinet, our task force leadership, and to the entire Peoria Unified community. As President Sandoval, as you mentioned earlier, this isn't exactly how I envisioned my first day as superintendent, but I do want our community to know how honored I am to serve, and I have the utmost confidence in these teachers, principals, support staff, our parents, and most importantly, our students to meet the challenge of COVID-19 and its impact on our schools and the safe and rigorous learning environment that we are committed to provide. We've received a tremendous amount of feedback over the past few weeks and days from a variety of stakeholders. We not only appreciate everyone's willingness to share your perspectives, but it's absolutely critical to our process as we finalize our plan to build on the tradition of excellence for Peoria schools and provide our students with the skills and learning necessary to become educated and engaged citizens. Although we are dealing with unprecedented times and are faced with the challenge of keeping our students and staff safe, I want the Peoria Unified community to know that we are listening. This governing board and leadership team are committed to cultivating a culture where everyone has a voice and everyone feels heard. As you can imagine, the feedback we've received has been passionate and from a variety of perspectives. However, all of it is important to our process, and we thank each of you. We are doing our best to provide our families and our employees with as many options and choice as we can for learning this fall. As many of you are aware, on Monday, Governor Ducey issued an executive order delaying the start of classroom instruction for the new school year, but left the door open, the option for schools to begin in a virtual setting. Now, we've only had this information for a few days, but we began planning right away for a virtual opening, keeping consistent with our current school calendar, with our first day beginning on August 5th. In a virtual experience. We believe that the opportunity to start all of our teachers and students in an online format will allow us to prepare for what could potentially be an extended online time frame. And by the first day of school, we will have trained our teachers to be able to move in and out of the online learning experience so that we are prepared to successfully navigate a variety of health scenarios. With an opportunity to use August 5th through the 14th for teachers to bring students back, to introduce them to the new school year, we would use the time to reacquaint our young people with school and focus on their social emotional needs, while at the same time working to build their skills so that they can be successful in that online experience. Yesterday, we met with a stakeholder leadership team made up of staff, teachers, principals, and parents. And this representative group was supportive of this plan to open schools online on the 5th and asked us to continue planning for that option. We believe that this is an opportunity that is going to allow us to keep our current calendar in place while at the same time using the time to better prepare our entire community to be at our very best. We are going to continue to monitor the situation and work through the various expectations of the executive order, and we will be prepared to finalize that opening day by our July 9th governing board meeting. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sean Duguid to join us and lead his team through an in-depth look at our plan to meet the needs of our staff and students as we enter the 2021 school year. I can't adequately put into words how proud I am of this team and thankful for the countless hours they have dedicated to putting together this opening of schools plan. With that, I am pleased to welcome Mr. Duguid, our Chief Operations, Safety, and Risk Management Officer.
Well, thank you, Dr. Reynolds, and good morning to everyone as well. Dr. Reynolds, allow me to also congratulate you on your new position. We are going to be honored to serve with you and next you through this year and certainly into the coming years. Before I get into my presentation, please allow me to speak from my heart for just a moment. For those of you that don't know me, I grew up in this district, attending our schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. I have served our district for the last 22 years in a wide variety of areas, including as a teacher and as a site level administrator. That said, I am also a parent, and although we are charged with making decisions for our 37,000 students going forward, my 2 children are part of those decisions as well. So thank you for that. I would like to take a moment as well to thank my co-chair, Mr. Dale Schuff, and all of our task force members who represent their respective areas. Mrs. Ari, if you could go to that next slide, please. Additionally, I would like to thank the innumerable members of each of our subcommittees with representation from each of our 3 employee groups, classified, certified, and administration. Their dedication to the safety and well-being of our students, as well as their commitment to being prepared for our students' return on August 5th, is to be commended. It truly has been an honor to work side by side with them during these last 3 months. During our work, we have stayed focused on our guiding principles, with student safety and well-being at the forefront of each decision. As federal and state funding has become available, there has been another team comprised of our IT, business services, operations, and academic services departments. Administration will be providing ongoing updates via Friday reports and at upcoming board meetings to their work. We are appreciative of our partnerships with local, state, and federal health agencies as they have helped guide our plan. We are also appreciative of the numerous parents, students, and staff that have reached out to us via social media, by email, or by phone calls. Please know that their concerns are our concerns. We also had a fabulous group of parents that Mr. Schuff and I had discussions with over the past weeks. Lastly, thank you to the group of teachers who worked directly with Mrs. Marla Hobbs. Both groups' feedback will be addressed later in the presentation. Looking back, our original task force was formed prior to spring break at the direction of our superintendent at the time, Mrs. Pallas Thompson. That task force was asked to guide us through the remainder of the year, as well as to begin preparing for the upcoming school year. As we moved into May, we surveyed our parents, our students, and our staff, and many decisions have derived from that survey. At the beginning of June, we received ADE's roadmap, which included general guidelines for school districts to consider. The ADE roadmap is a guidance document comprised of the essential actions designed to spur thinking, planning, and prioritization for public school districts. Our district has and will continue to use the document as part of the district's ongoing decision-making process. We will monitor the ADE and state guidance to ensure that our district is incorporating timely statewide data and local trends. Please know we will continue to reach out to our stakeholder groups as well. Moving forward, we will begin to offer professional development to all of our teachers and staff while communicating our opening plan to our community. In these extremely uneasy times, I'm excited to share that our parents will have a choice in how their children will return to school, either through classroom instruction or virtual instruction. Please know, as Dr. Reynolds referenced earlier, certainly understand that the governor's executive order has us opening virtually at least through the 17th, and that is one of our contingencies that we plan for. As I mentioned previously, we surveyed our parents, staff, and students in May. I want to highlight 2 of the questions as they have certainly guided the task force's work. As you can see from the first question, we had varied reactions to the question on the screen of, in general, the at-home educational experience has been successful. The same can be said for the next question. We knew we had the opportunity, and that's, as Dr. Reynolds said, this is an opportunity to grow in the area of virtual instruction. Once again, Mr. Schuff and I had the opportunity to work with a parent group that was comprised of a cross-section of our district with both elementary and high schools represented. In those conversations, we heard that offering a choice for our parents was a must. We also heard that children need time with their peers, teachers, and administrators. And like our survey results indicated, we heard a mixed response about how their children's experience went in April and May. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, Marla Hobbs, our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, worked with a group of teachers that range from kindergarten through 12th grade. They designed clear expectations, procedures, and practices for students and staff. Our teachers understand they must reestablish engagement expectations for their students. As we heard from our parent group, they know students and staff will have a need for social and emotional practices to be put in place upon our return, either virtually or in person. Our teachers expect and will receive professional development on our new Florida virtual platform, which will blend into eCampus and Synergy, as well as our Peoria Unified Designed eCampus courses based on what course they teach. We are fortunate to partner with local, state, and national health organizations, and we receive this flowchart through those partnerships. These are points that we have discussed through our work, and we will continue to use them to help guide our decision making. In Peoria, we are excited that our parents will have a choice, as I've mentioned earlier, that works best for their family. Classroom instruction to attend in person or virtual instruction to attend online. As Dr. Reynolds discussed in his opening, we will be opening our schools virtually on August 5th through the 17th. Once we do open our doors, I would like to attempt to paint a picture for you of what a day in the life of our students will look like on our 42 campuses. There will be unified changes we will implement upon a return, as well as discuss all areas that will be affected, all with the emphasis on the safety and well-being of our students and our staff. We know that one of the best things we can do to remain healthy is to keep our hands clean. Therefore, there will be hand sanitizing stations at each of our schools with enhanced protocols for hand washing built in throughout the day. My apologies, Mrs. Ari, would you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Our site leads will be tasked with cleaning high touch point areas across the campus, and physical distancing will be maintained when feasible to do so. At this time, I would like to introduce Mrs. Lisa Alexander, our district's lead nurse. Mrs. Alexander will lead us through the enhanced safety protocols of our nurse's office. And I'm excited to share with everybody that's listening in on our meeting today that Mrs. Alexander was asked to be a part of the county COVID task force with regard to nursing and health and well-being of our students upon our return. Mrs. Alexander, take it away.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dogood, and good morning, everyone. I will begin by reviewing some basics related to health screenings, but I also have more information regarding general health office procedures. Regarding health screenings, it is not recommended by Maricopa County Department of Public Health, which I refer to as MCDPH, that we do full temperature checks and visual assessments at the door before our students and staff get to walk through our hallways. What we ask is that all employees and students do quick home health screenings themselves. Parents should assist our students at home, and we have prepared a document and communication plan to support parents. This includes a temperature check and symptom check. For temperature, no one should proceed to school for a temperature of 100 or greater. Staff and students should also stay home for any signs of illness. MCDPH wants us to have a low threshold for illness, which means even if it's a minor symptom, unless we have a doctor's note stating it is not contagious, please stay home. I've spent the last couple of months, but more so in the last few weeks, helping staff members walk through a lot of what-if type scenarios. Once we return to school, if a student or staff member are living in the same household as someone who is confirmed or with suspected COVID-19, they are not to report to school. They should follow the guidance from local health, which might be a 14-day quarantine. If a staff member or student travel outside of the country, including cruise ships, they are subject to a 14-day quarantine. There are many more of these types of questions, and we have a detailed protocol as well as MCDPH when in doubt. Things have been and may continue to evolve, but when one of our students or employees do not feel well during the day, the process for making sure the ill person is receiving safe care by our nurses has been finalized. For this example, let's say we have a fourth grader named Logan. Logan was screened at home by his parent prior to coming to school and did not have a fever or symptoms. He started feeling achy with a slight sore throat, chills, and a minor cough after sitting in his class for an hour. He asked his teacher if he can go to the nurse. He is wearing a mask. Before I proceed, for better understanding, I want to explain that I have created 3 zones: green, yellow, and red. Green is business as usual, and the zone we typically used pre-COVID-19. It gives the nurse little to no warning about who is coming to the office. I developed yellow and red zones to create the opportunity for the nurse to control the physical environment including the traffic in and out of the office. It will also allow for her to have more room inside the office so she can provide a sick zone and well zone. Yellow zone includes notification before a student is sent to the nurse with the exception of emergencies. This way, the nurse can prepare for what illness is coming. She can make a space for the student and make sure the student is not near our well students who are also needing assistance. In red zone, the office is closed for all visits except emergencies and for ill students or staff. Well visits will be guided to front office or another location and will receive attention but cannot enter the nurse's office. I have chosen to start our school year in the yellow zone, but some of the smaller offices might reach red zone status quicker and more often. So back to Logan. Teacher calls the nurse before sending Logan to notify the nurse that an ill fourth grader is needing to be seen. If student is coughing, nurse is forewarned and can be notified of all symptoms if the teacher can do so privately. Nurse gives okay for Logan to come down and he walks to her office. In addition to a mask, the nurse can prepare herself with increased PPE, which can include gloves, gown, and face shield, which we are providing when greeting Logan at the entrance of the nurse's office and make sure Logan is wearing a mask. She takes his temperature at this time and asks for some symptoms he is feeling. This is a time where a brief assessment started and signs of asthma or another non-contagious condition is considered. For Logan, he is not showing signs of asthma, but whether he has a fever now or not, he already has symptoms of COVID-19 and will be escorted to the sick zone. Asthma and other non-contagious ailments such as injuries, migraines, and menstrual cramps would go to the well zone. In sick zone, Logan will be offered a cot or chair. A curtain or partition will be separating him from others in the office when feasible. If he has symptoms of COVID but cannot tolerate a mask for now, he will be either moved into a supervised isolation room, or if this room is not available, the nurse's office will enter a red zone and will be cleared of all well students at this time, although they will still get attention outside the nurse's office. Many health offices have an extra room, and while the size of these extra rooms vary, it can be used to isolate our sickest student if needed. There are some campuses who have added a room to help accommodate the potential need for isolation. The nurse will complete her assessment of Logan and offer comfort measures while he rests. The nurse will then call Logan's parent. The parent will be informed that Logan is feeling ill and that the parent has up to 1 hour to pick Logan up or arrange for a ride home, but also the parent should take home Logan's little sister who is in 2nd grade since symptoms are COVID-19 related for Logan. The nurse will relay the symptoms and assessment to the parent and advise the parent to call Logan's doctor today. The nurse will attempt a line list or contact tracing at this time in case Logan is tested and comes back positive, but close contacts are not notified now. Since Logan has symptoms of COVID-19 and according to our COVID guidance flowchart, which is following the ADHS guidelines, the parent will be informed that Logan has to be out of school until he has had no fever for 72 hours without the use of fever-reducing medications and other symptoms have improved and 10 days have passed since symptoms started. Logan can come back sooner if he has a doctor's note clearing him or proof of a negative COVID-19 test result. If he gets a negative test result, he still has to stay home 72 hours fever-free without the use of fever-reducing medications, and other symptoms have to have improved. We are not actively requesting doctor's notes for clearance per MCDPH request. The nurse keeps the area that Logan was resting in while waiting for a ride home cleared from any other students or staff until cleaned and disinfected. The nurse also communicates with admin anytime she feels a classroom can use more of an urgent disinfecting. If Logan attends school before meeting the absence guidelines without a doctor's note or proof of negative test, he will be sent home. This is the end of my story about Logan. I really do hope he just has a minor cold, but our safety measures are in place in case it was something more. The next piece of information, or some of it at least, is fluid and still under construction by MCDPH, and it's regarding closures and reporting. For Peoria Unified, the nurse is collaborating with the attendance clerk to track and trend the number of COVID-19-like illnesses the nurse is responding to on campus, along with the number of students and staff absent for any signs of illness during any given day. Special attention will be paid to each class, grade, and then total enrollment. For either class, grade, or total enrollment, including staff on site, as of right now, we are looking for a threshold of 10% in absences related to illness. When 10% of absences is reached, either in one class, grade, or school-wide, class or school closures are possible. I communicate with public relations and Mr. Duguid anytime a confirmed case of COVID-19 occurs on a campus, as well as any sharp increases in COVID-19 related illnesses on campus. After this, between public relations and guidance from NCDPH, letters will be sent out to families as needed and as appropriate. NCDPH will contact confirmed cases within 24 hours, sometimes via text. Contact tracing will be discussed, and local health will be the ones to notify the close contacts, although nursing started a line list when the information was fresh in the student's head. So this information can help and can be reported to local health if needed. That's all from my part. I pass it back to Mr. Duguid, and I'm also happy to answer questions.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Alexander. Your expertise over the last few months, and certainly as we continue forward, is amazing. So thank you for your presentation. Continuing on, as we are all aware, the County of Maricopa is requiring the use of masks at this time. Please know that we will continue to monitor this mandate and continue to take guidance from our county and state health departments. As with any situation, we are aware that each student is different, and if students have respiratory issues, we will discuss alternate measures of protection with the child's parents. Our transportation department has always and will continue to play a key role in the safety of our students. There will be a change made to how our students load and unload the bus. Students will load from the back of the bus to the front and will do the opposite when they disembark. High touch points such as rails and seats will be disinfected between each run. Another change that we will implement with safety in mind is how our students will arrive to and dismiss from our campuses. Students will have immediate access to hand sanitizer upon their arrival and will go directly to either the cafeteria to eat breakfast or to their classroom. We will ask that parents call to make appointments to meet with staff so that we may limit traffic in our front offices. In the area of food services, we will utilize our entire multi-purpose rooms to help support physical distancing. We will be implementing a no-touch point-of-sale system in all of our cafeterias. Our staff will place food served in cup containers, and all lunch tables will be separated and will face in one direction. The classroom setup will play a key role in helping to keep our students and staff safe. Unnecessary or difficult to disinfect furniture will need to be removed to maximize the space of the room. As with our cafeteria, the students' desks will also face in the same direction. We will disinfect between any changes of classes, and the use of shared devices will be minimized as much as feasible. Additionally, our athletics programs will look different. As we have done this summer, a temperature check will be administered before students will be allowed to participate, and our staff will be wearing masks if they are in close proximity to others. Our coaches will monitor and devise schedules to reduce the number of students in our locker rooms at one time. As with any of our students, any athlete that shows physical signs of illness will be seen by a trainer or nurse to be assessed. We are closely following direction from the Arizona Interscholastic Association regarding our fall sports seasons. Through many emails, social posts, and conversations with our parents and our teacher feedback groups, we know that whether students are attending in person or online, they will need social and emotional supports. As we have had to pivot to one of our contingency plans of all students returning virtually, I have asked Dr. Marshall Walters and Kathleen Leonard, who both lead our social emotional learning department, to give specific guidance to our teachers and administrators in this area. As many of you are aware, as we entered the school closure in March, we established the school support line. This line has remained and will remain available to all of our students this year. A special thank you to Dr. Walters and Mrs. Leonard for monitoring that line from spring break on and to this day. Thank you both very much. The vast majority of people in this meeting are parents. We realize the importance of the first day of school, or first day of anything, especially school, is important. It is with that thought in mind, once we return in person, that parents will be able to take their preschool, coop, or kindergarten students to their classroom during the first week. Our principals will be communicating what that looks like as we get closer to that time. As will be the protocol in all classrooms, students will wash their hands upon entering and exiting the classroom. Staff members will clean and disinfect areas throughout the day in all 3 of these programs. Play is so important at any age for the development of our students. Knowing that to be true, our playgrounds will be open to our students. In an effort to keep our students safe, our students will participate in recess with their classmates, and times will be staggered to keep our cohorts of students together. Our site leads will be tasked with continually disinfecting high touch points throughout the day, including playground equipment. As we move from the playground back to the classroom, know that we will be keeping our students in pre-K through 5th grade in cohorts, meaning we will not be changing classrooms for different subject areas in those grade levels. We are developing plans for special area classes to have either the special area teacher push into the homeroom class, or have the students come to the special area teacher's classroom. As a site level administrator for 13 years, I understand the importance of hosting school-wide events on our campuses. Mrs. Airy, thank you. We will make every effort to continue. One back, please, Mrs. Airy. My apologies. Thank you. We will make every effort to continue events such as Meet the Teacher, Open House, Curriculum Nights, and school assemblies, and any club activities virtually, as we need to suspend those activities for now, unfortunately. We will continue to follow the guidelines of our state health department moving forward. In discussions with the City of Peoria and our own Kids Zone program, we have identified protocols needed for our after-school programs. The program size will mimic what a typical classroom is. The programs will also have students wash their hands upon entering and exiting, and siblings will be grouped together. To limit exposures, families will sign in and out outside of the classroom, and physical distancing will be maintained when feasible. Each child's belongings will be placed in individual bins, and students will receive a temperature check upon their arrival in the morning. Our students will be asked to bring a fillable bottle with them to school as we shut down, as we have to shut down our exterior water fountains. Next slide, please, Mrs. Airy. Students will be able to refill their water bottles inside the classroom, and for the 13 campuses in our district that don't have bottle fillers on their campus, we will be adding an attachment to our exterior water fountains that will allow them to fill their water bottles. The remaining bullets on this side are very similar to our discussion with elementary schools. Moving on to our lunch time at our high schools, Mrs. Airy. Thank you. Lunchtime at our high schools will also be similar to what an elementary campus will experience. The length of time between lunch periods on a campus will allow for disinfecting each area where students will be eating. Additionally, more spaces will be opened up for our students to enjoy their lunches, and high schools will also open additional areas for students to get their nutritious lunch. I would now ask that Mrs. Marla Hobbs join the conversation to share with us her plan and our plan with regards to virtual learning. Take it away, Mrs. Hobbs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Duguid. Good morning, everyone. If you'll go to the next slide, please. I would like to start this morning by walking you through a day in the life of a student whose family has elected for them to be on full-time online learning. So we're going to pretend that this young man's name is Michael. Hi, my name is Michael. My parents have made the decision to have me attend school this upcoming year as a full-time virtual student. They have completed the paperwork to notify the district of our family's decision, and I'm excited to get started. Since I'm in high school, I have met with my guidance counselor to ensure that I get enrolled in the correct courses, as I will be a junior at Ironwood this year. There are over 160 courses to choose from, and I'm excited to take some AP and honors courses this year, as I am planning on going to a four-year university when I graduate. All of the courses on Florida Virtual are NCAA approved, which makes me happy that I won't have difficulties getting into Grand Canyon. My teachers have already reached out to me to introduce themselves and learn a little more about me. That made me feel really good, as I needed to make some connections again with the real world after all the craziness of COVID-19. I haven't had the chance to speak with many of my friends too much, except for maybe on Snapchat. I have had a hard time meeting new people in the past, so the fact that the teachers have reached out was great. I'm not as worried now about the start of a new school year. My mom says I need to set up a schedule and get up at 7 o'clock each day, eat a good breakfast, and then get online to begin my courses. I hate getting up early, but I know I need to do so I'm taking some really hard classes this year, and she says having a daily routine will help me be successful. At 8 o'clock, my math teacher is holding his daily session on Flipgrid, and then I will get online to do the course. I really like him and the fact that he gives us a tutoring session prior to getting on Florida Virtual. This makes the lessons much easier to understand. I've struggled in math over the years, and my dad said he wasn't good at math either. So I'm happy to at least get some tutoring support that I need to do well in the class. My English teacher has recorded her daily lesson so I can watch it anytime I want. This is super helpful, and sometimes I need to take a break. I usually go outside and walk around the block. Don't tell my mom, but I stop by my friend's house for a few minutes to catch up. He's doing online school too. I'm taking Spanish this semester, and I'm so happy there are two friends in my class that I know really well. We meet our teacher at 10 o'clock each day. Since my friends don't live near me, it's great to see them on our Teams meeting. Our teacher has us do conversations in Spanish, and this not only makes me learn the language, but it's fun to see my friends, even if it's only in Spanish class. My elective this semester is psychology. I'm thinking about possibly studying psychology when I get to college. What makes people tick has always been of interest to me. I like to watch people when I'm out, although I haven't been out much lately. It's very interesting to me. My psychology teacher has daily office hours, and I connect with her at 12 every day. She's always flexible when I want to reach out and goes back over the lessons I have done online and helps clarify what I may not understand. I'm thankful that we have a student support line. I called it once when I was super sad. Miss Leonard helped me think through why I was feeling that way. I was feeling much better about myself after talking to her, and I also wasn't as mad at my friend. Mr. Dunham called the other day just to check up on me. At first, I thought I was in trouble. Why would my principal be calling me? He just wanted to see how I was doing in my online courses and check to see if I needed anything. That was really cool. My mom was super impressed. So this online school thing really isn't too bad. I still connect with teachers, and I can be an Ironwood Eagle. My mom says I might be able to go back to school in January when the whole COVID thing settles down. I'm doing great and enjoying the online experience. I guess we'll cross the bridge of whether I go back in November, but for now, I'm good. So thank you for letting me share that story. We wanted to provide everyone a day in the life of. And now if we'll go to the next slide, we wanted to talk a little bit about virtual instruction. First, we wanted to discuss what the full-time virtual option would look like for our students, families, and teachers. Our students who are doing virtual instruction will still have access to our great Peoria Unified School District teaching staff, and these courses will be taught by our very own teachers. Florida Virtual will be the platform for the online portion of the learning, but our teachers will still be contacting students on a daily basis. Florida Virtual follows national standards, so our students will be receiving rigorous content and instruction. Families who elect for their student to do a full-time virtual option will be able to register their student beginning tomorrow and through July 17th. Should a family want to change their student's format, they can elect to do so at the semester. So some things to consider whether virtual instruction is right for your child. In order to do full-time virtual instruction, students must have access to the internet. If they need a laptop, the district can provide them with one, and students should also be self-motivated to ensure that they spend the time necessary to be successful. Our teachers will be in contact with the online learners on a regular basis and will also have office hours for students to receive additional support if they're struggling. Additionally, students will have the opportunity to have discussions with their peers in the courses as well. Our youngest learners, such as those in kindergarten through 3rd or 4th grade, may need parent assistance to navigate the information and/or for technical support. Those are just a few things for parents to consider when determining if they want their child to do a full-time virtual environment. Next slide, thank you. As far as virtual instruction goes, for those teachers who are hired to teach in the full-time virtual environment, we will have an 8-hour initial training, and they will also receive ongoing professional development throughout the year to ensure that they not only feel comfortable in navigating Florida virtual, but also on a variety of other technology items such as Teams, Flipgrid, etc., from our fabulous IMT trainers. Administrators who are overseeing the virtual instruction will receive training as well, not only in the platform, but also in how to evaluate teachers who are instructing in a virtual environment. Next slide, please. So as you can see in this slide, these are the estimated amounts of time that will be required to complete coursework by grade level and content area in Florida virtual. Our youngest learners will be learning in a virtual platform approximately 3 hours a day, and the amount of time increases to 6 hours in junior high and 7.5 hours at the high school level. So what will elementary courses look like versus high school? There will be special area courses and electives provided in the virtual environment. In K-5, we will have PE, art, and computers. At the junior high level, a student can participate in art, PE, and music. And at the high school level, all of the courses found in Florida Virtual, like I said, are NCAA approved, and students have the opportunity to take advanced level courses and even enroll in dual enrollment. We're working with Merritt colleges to make sure that our Florida Virtual will meet their specifications. So we know that our students have been away from us and we've missed them greatly. And we know that we want to reconnect and make sure that our students are doing well. Even students that are in the virtual environment will have regular interactions with classmates as well as the teaching staff. They will have team building opportunities to get to know not only their teachers, but those that are in their class. Students will also continue to have access to our student support hotline to get immediate support if they're feeling upset or in need of someone to talk to. So that kind of summarizes a bit about our virtual environment. And at this time, I'll pass the presentation back to Mr. Duguid.
Thank you, Mrs. Hobbs. Well done. Appreciate that. As we monitor, as we move on to the next slide, as we monitor and assess where we are in this pandemic, it may be necessary to make changes to our calendar based on current conditions or executive orders from the governor. Please know that if that be the case, we will certainly be communicating that through our governing board meetings as well as through our PR department. Okay, as we have already moved into one of our contingencies with opening with all of our students utilizing virtual instruction, our remaining contingency plan is the hybrid model. I don't see it on my screen, Mrs. Airy, but if we could, maybe it's on everyone else's. So if you can see the plan on the screen, that is also what's known as our AABB model. So as you can see, if you are a student in Group A, you will attend in-person classroom instruction on Mondays and Tuesdays. and be online and virtual instruction Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. If you are a B student, you would attend in person for classroom instruction on Thursdays and Fridays. Note that every student would be on virtual instruction on Wednesdays. This would allow us to disinfect our schools. However, with the governor's executive order of last Wednesday, this model does present some challenges. We would be required to host students on our campuses, thus defeating the strength of that option, which is reducing the number of students on campus and limiting exposure. So what I mean by that is if I were a Group A student and Mrs. Hobbs was a Group B, I would attend on Monday and Tuesday, and we would have to open our schools on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays for me to come to campus. So that's why I said it makes it a little bit challenging with the hybrid model. I'd like to now pass the baton over to Dr. Davidson, who will take over the presentation to discuss our human resources plan.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid and team, community members, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. Welcome to day one, sir. So Danielle, if you wouldn't mind, please moving to the next slide, human resources there. Just wanted to highlight some of the things that we're working on. And first and foremost is that we are developing action steps to secure and hire those within our staff to serve as virtual instructors within the Florida virtual model. We have postings for eCampus positions. Those district-wide positions, those are coming out tomorrow, July 2nd, and they're closing on July 17th. Those positions right now are seen as district-wide, but please note that student counts certainly make a difference in how teachers are selected across those campuses. What we want to be very mindful of is the physical student body and ensuring that we have proper staff to provide that education to our students. We do have an interview process that's being created and will be specifically geared towards teaching in the electronic platform. Also, to note, we are creating a bank of interested teachers to serve in future roles for e-instruction, but also perhaps to serve as substitute teachers for those that may need to take time off as well. From staff concern and support piece, I want to let you know that Human Resources and our benefits team continues to have an open door policy for employees. We continue to focus our efforts on staff safety through listening and problem solving with each individual employee. I know that a big component of that right now is simply listening to our staff. There are very, very many variables that we're working through, but we want to support our employees, but yet maintain that focus on providing the best education possible to our kids. Part of that conversation, right, revolves around change. It's an ever-evolving world right now with COVID-19. Ms. Davis and her team continue to work with our lead nurse, Ms. Lisa Alexander, to ensure that we're following all laws and are really trying to accommodate for the varied health needs of our employees, nonetheless, those specifically related to COVID-19. Ms. Sarah, if you could go to the next slide, please. In regards to staff safety, utmost importance, as well as our student safety. But we want to let you know and let our team know that all information regarding how we're working with our staff will be found in our employee FAQs on the district website and on our employee portal. We have created a what's an employee to do sheet that they could follow if they become ill with COVID-19. The bottom line piece to that is we want to ensure that no steps are missed as it relates to overall safety of our employees. In regards to our substitutes and guest teachers, right now we're working with ESI, the company who helps us contract our substitute teachers to secure the voice of our subs and determine the size of the pool that we have, who would be willing to cover in face-to-face situations, or also perhaps some guest teachers who are trained and able to serve in a virtual classroom environment. We're working closely with a team member of mine, our lead human resources specialist, to make certain that our teachers, our current staff, will be using our tracking system for absences and also working closely to ensure that communication is being done with our leaders across campuses. As we move into the next bullet there, PPE, mask, sanitizers, as Mr. Duguid and others have shared, we must have. It's not an if, it's we must have all necessary items in place for our staff to remain safe and to bring their best every day to our students. Lastly, at-home checks, as Ms. Alexander stated, employees have to do a good job to monitor their health. Using comments we've heard throughout the presentation, even from our governor. If you're ill, stay at home. You have to be healthy to take care of our kids. And bottom line, we have to follow established guidelines. If you're feeling sick and you have a temperature or exhibiting symptoms of COVID-19, please stay at home. That would be our expectation. At this point, I'll be available for future questions, and I'll turn it over to Miss Airy, please.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson, and good morning to our governing board, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds, as well as those of you who have joined us through our live stream this morning. I'm going to walk you through just a very high-level overview of our communications that are really threefold. Of course, I think we cannot state it enough when we talk about communicating through a pandemic that all aspects as it relates to our plan to return to school really continue to be fluid and ever-changing. For that reason, and Mr. Dennis, I'll ask you to go ahead and move that slide forward. For that reason, our community and our staff members really need to know that the official source of all information will remain and continuously be updated on our public-facing website, peoriaunified.org/return to school. And then for our staff members, there's a special in-depth section that you heard Dr. Davidson reference that will be on our employee portal. So those two places are really the foundation for all of the communication that our communications and public relations team are pushing out. There you will find links to resources for parents as well as the executive orders as they've been issued and continue to come out from our governor's office. There's a number of materials that we are partnering with all the different departments that you heard referenced today to come up with some customized communication, either for specific areas of our school district or specific employee groups. You are looking at really just a small snapshot of a very lengthy communication plan that we are working off of and updating continuously using a variety of the platforms that are available to us and to our school district. Of course, language translation will be a part of that as we move to updating those messages and trying really to the best that we can to keep up on translating those continuously, as well as reminding our community of the multiple languages that our website, where the basis of all of that information is housed, that they can translate all of those messages by using the tool in the upper right-hand corner of our website. And so want to make sure that our community is staying updated. That FAQ section will be really important on both of the sites, the internal employee site as well as our external communication site. As we receive additional questions from parents and community members, we will keep that updated as well. On the horizon, you can be on the lookout for some information sessions using our Teams platform so that we can engage, connect, not only share some more in-depth information as the first day of school approaches or as we transition into the My School, My Way once it's safe to do so, but also as a great way for us to continue to gather feedback along the way. Our governing board members have always been committed to community engagement and to making sure that that parent and community and the student voice especially is heard. We have plans in place to continue to gather feedback along the way and the flexibility to adjust our communication as we go. We'll move on, and I'll share that the next phase of our plan, and one that we have been working on really since this pandemic started in March, is the education and awareness campaign. And of course, our work in alignment with Mrs. Alexander as she continues to have a pulse on the developments related to the health concerns of our community. That will continue to be a critical connection piece or way that we will continue to get information and then share it out with our community. It's important that our students are prepared. And so we're working on pieces that will help support our principals on educating our students and making sure they're aware of the role that they play on maintaining safety once it's safe for them to come back to campus. You heard a little bit about that parent piece through the health screenings, and we've prepared some materials for parents that will be available, walking them through that very quick, less than 5-minute process that it takes for them to kind of go through a health screening. As we look to reopen our campus, all of our campuses, we are planning for the appropriate signage and information that we'll need to share with our community related to signs, symptoms, things that they need to look for, floor decals that we're all used to seeing now as we move about our daily life in grocery stores, Costco, or maybe any of the other places that we are having to visit right now. We're kind of beginning as a society to get used to maintaining that minimum 6-foot distance, and then using a number of the tools that we have available to us to produce some videos to also contribute to that campaign. So that will be a piece that is in the works as well. I can't stress enough that our communication continues to change. And so our community, when they look to documents that are available on our website, they should always look for the date stamp that is included with those and that accompanies each of our messages to make sure they are always looking at that most recent update as things kind of continue to evolve. We've really focused up to this point as we're kind of nearing, I believe it is the end of our presentation here. And before we wrap up, I just want to note, we've really talked through the components related to this task force work around student learning. And before we turn it back to Mr. Duguid, I do want to invite our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Myers. The updates related to student learning are fluid, just as the updates are related to the work she is doing around funding and support for this program. And so I want to turn it over to her. I know she will give you a little bit of a high-level overview of the CARES Act and some of those components and how that fits in with this plan. Ms. Myers.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Airy. Good morning, President Sandoval, members of the governing board. It was previously mentioned by Mr. Duguid that the district is evaluating grant and funding opportunities as well as stabilization related to COVID-19 via a cross-functional stakeholder group, including our operations, academic services, information technology, and business services departments. As I've previously shared, the district is eligible for $4.2 million of CARES Act funding related to COVID-19, as well as FEMA and Arizona Department of Emergency Military Affairs funding to reimburse the district for expenditures related to hand sanitizer, online instruction software, and related expenses that are being purchased as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the governor's recent executive order provides funding for enrollment stability grants, and this is very important because districts are funded based on student enrollment, and the stability grants will guarantee that each district receives at a minimum 98% of their fiscal year 2020 ADM for funding. And that provides 100% ADM funding as well, as opposed to 95% for students classified as Arizona online instruction students in the current year. And that's, again, very important because if there is an impact on our enrollment related to COVID-19, that will have a direct impact on our funding levels. So the executive order that was recently published does provide that stabilization, and we're working with ADE and other agencies on the guidance related to applying for those stabilization grants. And all of the items that we've covered today also align to the roadmap that has been published by ADE for public schools in regard to reopening related to COVID-19. And administration will provide periodic updates via Friday reports and future governing board meetings regarding the funding impacts and opportunities that we are navigating in the next few weeks and months as a result of our requirements related to COVID-19. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Myers, and thank you to everyone who contributed this information to this plan. They number in the hundreds, and certainly include our staff, our students who called in, emailed in, as well as our staff members, our parents. Thank you to all of you who have taken the time to do that. At this time, President Sandoval, my task force, and I, as well as our cabinet, stand for any questions you have.
President Sandoval, your microphone may be muted.
Mrs. Underhill, it appears as though President Sandoval may be having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
Would you please step in and lead the proceedings?
Absolutely. So thank you all very much, of course, for the numerous hours of work that have been put into this, and from so many community members that have submitted their thoughtful comments and questions. And obviously this is, a brand new scenario that none of us had planned on or have ever been through. So just knowing that everyone is doing the very best that they can to make this work and to make it work for all the various individuals with different situations. I know that I have many questions, but I do want to give my fellow board members an opportunity to kind of start off. I don't know if we want to just kind of go with a few questions at a time, various things like that. Top of mind, and I'll turn it over to them, but top of mind for me is the plans are well laid, et cetera, and there's lots of questions within each of those, both the online and the in-person scenario. The question for me is more around upfront, around timeline. So, as we look at what our community is facing in regard to sort of the transmission rates and that kind of thing, and just generally as a community, how do we get out of the space that we're in regard to COVID right now? I would just be interested in thoughts about, I know the governor has kind of put a stick in the sand around August 17th as an in-person start date, but I would be curious to hear from other board members around how do we determine, a start date that makes sense in regard to what we're seeing in regard to transmission rates and the data that's in the community. So just want to kind of put that out there as a conversation starter. And Dr. Reynolds, if you want to start it off, that's fine, and we can kind of go around the group.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah, sorry, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, let's continue along. I heard everything you said. That's perfect. We'll allow Dr. Reynolds to respond, and then after that, we can, start like we typically do. We'll start with Ms. Stone, and then we'll go along the line across all board members. Sound good?
President Sandoval, may I make a recommendation?
Yes.
As Ms. Underhill highlighted, there's a lot of content, and we probably have a lot of questions as they came through as well. Can we chunk it in pieces and take it group by group? I don't mind your approach of going around in circles, but because the deck is so big, can we start with pieces of the presentation? We can start anywhere. So that's just my recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, if absolutely, I mean, it's however we can make this a little more fluid and seamless. I mean, if each board member has their questions kind of bundled based on how the presentation flowed, that certainly makes a ton of sense. So we can certainly do that. So, I mean, I guess with that said, what we can do is not really go through the deck in detail, but let's start from the beginning, the first section, if you will. And then we'll ask questions there, and then we'll move on. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Yeah, but Ms. Underhill, I think you had a question for Dr. Reynolds. We can certainly address that, and then we can flow through the deck and ask questions accordingly. So, Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Mrs. Underhill, for your questions. Again, first of all, thank you so much for the team. There was, obviously we were preparing for this study session for quite some time, and we had targeted this date to be able to lay out what it's going to look like for our students, our teachers, and our parents and staff members as well. So I believe the question that you were asking, Ms. Underhill, is as we enter the school year, we know that we're going to be entering in an online in an online format. When you're talking about your timeline, you're talking about August 17th is it seems like a kind of a date just kind of picked in the middle of August. And should we be planning for longer than that? Is that kind of the sentiment behind what you were asking?
Yes, that's where I'm at. Just because I recognize, the benefit of the 8 first days of everybody being online, but I'm just trying to figure out if that's the best, sort of place to start.
No, absolutely, and you're right on, especially in a lot of the conversations that we're having. We've gotten some questions about, as we have talked through this process, about we need to be prepared to adjust to a variety of scenarios. And it's not just for parents and students, it's very difficult for teachers and for a superintendent to wrap our head around how we do that seamlessly, how we do that in a way that makes sense for our kids. And it is definitely a challenge, and one that we will continue to work through. What we're doing is, as a team, we're not targeting August 17th as the hard date of coming back, because again, that date just appears to be a date picked right in the middle of August. We've asked our team to focus on, and I'll use Ms. Ceja Martinez's words, chunking periods of time. And so the first real date that we're targeting is Labor Day. And so we are planning for that whole period, that whole first month, to be online. If that's not the case, wonderful. If it's safe to come back, that's awesome news. But we need to be planning for further out than August 17th. The next date then would be first quarter. What does that look like? And then the next date would be the end of the first semester. What does that look like for us if we are in an online format? So that's how our teams are chunking the time to help us better plan and prepare to provide that engaging learning environment for our students.
That's great. That's very helpful. So thank you for that. I just kind of wanted to put that out there in front of everything, because obviously we've worked a lot on the how, and that's fantastic. But, the when is a big question, I think, for educators and parents and everybody. So thank you for that.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Reynolds, thank you for that. Corey, thank you for that question. So moving along, I have kind of jotted down some major categories, and hopefully this will help us get through these questions, this Q&A session, in a fluid manner. So that said, what I have first is really kind of the background and data section of the presentation. So let's go through each board member and go over any questions, comments, recommendations with regard to that particular area in the deck. So Ms. Stone?
Well, I'm not sure which section this falls under, but I've seen a lot of comment and request and stuff about masks. Are we going to be requiring our students to wear masks, or is this going to depend on the recommendations at the time of reopening?
Mrs. Dawn, that's a great question, and certainly one of our main topics of our task force. We've had lengthy discussions on that topic. As I mentioned in the presentation, we will be looking at direction from our health departments with regard to that. But please know that the mask question is something that we discuss thoroughly. And although the mandate is in place at this time, going forward, as with everything in this situation, it's very fluid, and that could change a week, a 2, a 3, or 3 months from now. So we will be continuing to have communication with our stakeholder groups, as well as within cabinet, and certainly with you as our board as we move forward with a decision like that, because it's huge. That's a huge decision to make for our staff and our students.
Yes, thank you for that. I was figuring it would remain fluid, but I just wanted to know, I mean, of course, we're not opening right now, so we can't make that decision based on now. So I kind of wanted to get that out there. And are we going to try to make, do we have any way to handle it for students that are unable to wear masks and yet want to attend in person if, here we go, if the recommendation is that students wear masks?
Another great question, and certainly one that we've talked about again at length. So the answer quickly is yes. We certainly can expect that. I've got 2 students of my own, and know that they forget water bottles and lunch boxes and things like that, day to day. So we expect many of our students to wear their own as part of perhaps what they wear for their daily school day. But if a student forgets them or is in need of one, we certainly will provide them with a mask. Same with our staff.
Okay. Will there be, though, I mean, there have to be exceptions made for medical issues or whatever, like people that have difficulty breathing?
Of course, with anything, where students need accommodations in any way, shape, or form, we work with the parents, our administrators, our site level administrators and teachers, work with the parents with regard to that, and this would be no exception. So if they have a respiratory illness where wearing a mask was not a possibility, we work through another way of keeping that particular child safe, as well as everybody else in the classroom, right? So we would work through that on an individual case basis.
Yeah, I believe you did mention in the presentation something about face shields or whatever. So yeah, I appreciate that. And I do have more questions, but I want to pass on and let somebody else get some questions in for now. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. And I think, and fellow board members, I think what may be best versus me kind of going through and defining the different categories, just when you ask your questions, as best you can, try to tie it to a particular section within the deck. I think that'd be great. Ms. Saya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandoval. And I'm going to start with scope. I know that we have had a lot of questions on this, but first and foremost, I do want to acknowledge our administration team at the district office and your families. Everybody who's been part of this process has sacrificed some form of time, and I hear and see you. Just yesterday, I had to sign some papers, and I see your worries and concerns on your face, and just thank you for your family's self-sacrifice and for staying committed to our children and staff's well-being. With that in mind, I'm going to start at the beginning because some of the trending questions I received in regards to scope and role of the board, the administration, and the task force. I recognize that you've highlighted the task force and that there are a lot of subcommittees. And I've shared before the importance of diverse thought. Can you please elaborate on the role of the board, and if the board has any comments on what the scope is, the role of our superintendent in making the decision, as well as the role of all these committees and how it played into your end result?
President Sandoval, Mrs. Saya Martinez, again, thank you for that question, because I think that is probably the foundation for how we continue to move forward. As we talk about the different roles, the role of the board, the role of the superintendent, the role of the task force, where what we have asked our task force to do, their role is to be representatives of their communities, whether you're a staff member, whether you're a teacher, whether you're an administrator, you're representing nurses, transportation, whichever groups that you work with. We've asked them to represent their groups and be their voice for what and how our plan looks as we move forward. The task force makes those recommendations. They bring them to cabinet and to the superintendent, and then we bring those recommendations to the board for your guidance and for your feedback, to let us know. Are we headed in the right direction? Are we representing the voices of our community? Are we considering as many different scenarios as we can to best serve our students? And so, just in a nutshell, that's how the process is moving forward. Of course, if during this process, there becomes a time where we're unable to build that consensus, either among the task force, among cabinet, among the governing board, then we might be specifically asking for decisions on aspects of that plan. There are other times where, let's say, we needed to change our calendar, or we needed to adjust a calendar or a decision that the board has made in the past. We would definitely be bringing that to you, the governing board, for action. So if that helps answer your question, and I can ask more direct questions if you have them.
Thank you. And that is a starting point. And so I'll piggyback on two things, Ms. Doan's comment and Ms. Underhill's comment. The first is, when mandating any kind of measure, Ms. Underhill highlighted the governor's ask and timeline, or mandate, I should say. So for my train of thought, I think of Ms. Doan's example as masks. Who owns that decision? Is it the governor? Is it the board? Is it the superintendent? Is it legally mandated? Who owns that particular example?
Thank you for that. I think in that particular scenario, the governing board and the superintendent owns that decision.
I appreciate the clear and concise response. And the reason why I bring this up, it is so important that our staff, our community members, and our students recognize that we each play an important role. And I want them to feel that they know who is the person I need to go to, as the board is always available, but I want to make sure that their voice is heard and applied to some of the considerations that are in front of us, and who owns the vote. So if it's a policy or a calendar change, it's the board that is presented with the recommendation, and then we move forward. If it's budget, like Ms. Myers brought to our attention, it is something that we own. If it's anything to do with you, the superintendent, is something that we own, versus you are making the final call on some of the recommendations, and we are acting agents as voices of the community, staff, and students. So I appreciate that onus, and I'll pause there as we move forward.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. San Martinez. Ms. Underhill, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to clarify. So, Superintendent Reynolds, did you say that the governing board is responsible for the decision around masks? Because my understanding that would be based on local governance.
Well, anytime so that's why I started with the superintendent, because that is a responsibility that I own based on recommendations from our team, and I was assuming we were talking about not being under a county mandate for masks.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. To me, it makes, if we're under a county mandate, that seems to be,
yeah, we have, and I hope with everyone listening, if they've been following along over the last 3 or 4 months as we've been managing this, we have been very consistent in our communication that we will always be working with our state and local health officials, our state and local government officials to follow those guidelines that are coming out for us.
Great. No, and I just wanted to, reiterate what you said, Dr. Reynolds, about the role of the board. And I have been speaking with, board folks from other districts and that kind of thing. And, because of the fluidity of this situation, I think it's really important that, that we, like you said, kind of our role is to continue to monitor and provide feedback, but we need to make sure that, we're not necessarily handicapping ourselves by voting on certain measures and other things simply because of fluidity of the situation. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ms. Underhill. And I would agree. I mean, I think one of the things that, we need to have top of mind, and it's something that I continue to say is, when we take a look at the guidance or really follow the guidance from the state, the CDC, WHO, et cetera, the resident experts, right? Yes, we absolutely do that, but we also need to make sure that we do allow our moral compass and ethics to have a weighted voice in the decisions that we make. And in addition to that, what I do like about, the starting off the academic year online, and I'm in agreement that it's something that we should absolutely do beyond the 17th. It just seems like such an arbitrary date to me, to allow us to be able to extrapolate the data, right? To understand what's going on and localize what we're seeing, right? Because again, every district has a story. We have our own story. We do follow the guidance from the resident experts, but we also need to make sure that what we're seeing locally is heavily weighted into the decisions that we make to ensure the safety, well-being, health and wellness of our teachers, staff, students, and the families. I mean, if you take a look at the human lives that we're responsible for, I mean, I've got to believe it's over close to 200,000 individuals when you add in families and families of students, families of teachers, families of staff members. It's a big number. So, we need to make sure that, to Ms. Underhill's point, that one, we're watching the data very closely, and two, we don't allow the need to the board voting or not on certain items. We need to allow the district to make certain decisions on the fly to ensure that, again, all in the spirit of health and wellness of all the human lives that we're responsible for. So, Corey and Monica, you still have your hands up, or can I move on to Miss Pingrelli?
Yes, sorry.
No? Yes, sorry.
No worries. Ms. Pingrelli.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I just want to ask Dr. Reynolds, I know there was some information, I think, provided to you in regards to how many students do you think that you're looking at not coming back to school, either going to a different format elsewhere or wanting to go online?
So one thing to recognize about that data, that is data that we asked approximately, it might even be a little bit more, a month ago. And okay. So it'll be important, I just want to start with, it'll be important that we not rely on that data because things have changed. Especially with the online piece. So we were in that initial survey, and I don't have it sitting in front of me, but we were northwards of 20% of families who would consider, and I'll ask anyone on the team who may have that survey with them, who were willing to consider going into an online format. Again, that was when we put that survey out a while ago, and so we definitely need to ask our families, and as we move over through the next month, it's not just are you willing, but what is your wish?
Thank you. And then I had seen a recent article by the American Academy of Pediatrics that strongly advocates that all policy considerations for the coming school year should start with a goal of having students physically present in school. And I know that students, and I know this is a very fluid situation, students, I'm sure, learn better or best at school with their teacher and their classmates. I did have, let's see, there was on, I think it was a few slides in, you had given an area where you say that all students and employees upon arrival for symptom or have to be checked for symptoms and history of exposure. How is that done? And is that's a daily thing if we do go on campus?
Mrs. Pingarelli, thank you for your question. We are recommending, as Mrs. Alexander did during her part of the presentation, that our students are, and we're just talking about generally coming back to school, are checked at home. I referenced the work we're doing with our athletics teams right now that have, for the last month or so, have been in phase 1 of our implementation of a total of 4 phases, coming back to our locker rooms as well as our arts departments and things like that with band. There in those phases or those plans, we are taking temperatures of those students. We will not be doing that as students arrive to campus. We are certainly know that our parents will be, doing that for them prior to their leaving for school. And that's where the 100 degrees, anything at 100 or above, the student should stay home. That's where those protocols come in. Did that adequately answer your question?
Yep, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And so I've got, President Sandoval, I've got a list of questions, and I'm not sure if I'm in a certain area, but I'm just going to go through what I have.
Okay.
I have a question on CTE classes that need to be on campus. So a hybrid model or a virtual, particularly a virtual model, is not conducive to CTE students. So how do we address those?
Mrs. Pingarelli, thank you for that. I'll ask Mrs. Lopez-Lira to jump in and answer that question, if you would, Mrs. Lopez-Lira.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid, and good morning, President Sandoval, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. With this revolving world of COVID-19 and the challenges that we're facing, Dr. Beltram and her team are diligently working on plans. Those plans are still being developed in conjunction with WestMec to provide the best and ideal opportunities for our students in our CTE courses.
Okay, thank you very much. I will talk to Dr. Beltram more in depth. Let's see. So you talked about, and I'm going down the list, President Sandoval. Dr. Davidson, you talked about advertising on the eCampus for teachers. Can teachers that have existing contracts now be able to apply for the eCampus since we don't have the liquidated damages and they can change their contract?
President Sandoval, members of the board, Ms. Pingarelli there, wanted to let you know, and I'm sorry I didn't say it initially, it is an internal posting, so we are going to be working with those individuals who are currently under contract with us to apply for those positions internally, and that's where I was going, Ms. Pingarelli, with the idea of us seeing who within our community is going to be enrolling for those campuses, and then trying to navigate those teachers who are interested and really wanting to ensure that we can provide either the greatest e-format classroom or face-to-face classroom as possible without any type of detrimental decisions based on that staffing model. So hopefully that made sense.
It does. Thank you. And then I will just give one last question, and I'm sure I'll have follow-up, but I'll let everybody else continue. And this is to, I believe, the nurse, Lisa Alexander. I just want to know your view of potential health issues for children wearing face masks for hours in a day, particularly face masks that are completely different, homemade face masks with different materials. I've worked in infectious disease, but I've worked mainly under a hood with a gown and gloves. When I worked on the counter, I've worked with face shields. I have not in my life had to wear a mask this much, and definitely hours in a day is concerning. So I just wanted to get your viewpoint on students of our students at different ages coming back at school and wearing face masks for hours.
Well, thank you. Because we are in a pandemic and masks are an enormous topic, there's now conflicting data or studies for both. My personal opinion is that it's safe unless the student has some health conditions or other reasons why they should not wear a mask. And the student can always bring some extra masks to change out throughout the day. And the nurse's office will have a limited amount to lend out if a mask gets soiled in any way. And then if they're cloth, the parents would just want to wash those frequently.
Okay. Thank you very much. President Sandoval, that's all I have right now. I'm sure I'll have more as we go along.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pingarelli. I do want to piggyback on your question around CTE, and Ms. Lopez-Lara, if you don't mind commenting. I know you're still working on some of the details with Dr. Beltram, but I mean, is the intent, I mean, look, as a district, we are highly sought after due to not only our just high caliber teachers, but certainly all the programs that we offer, including CTE, WestMec, MET, right? And I know we are going into, these are certainly unprecedented times without question, but those programs, we have known, they have been known to ensure the success, of our students as they exit our doors. Can you just talk about those discussions that you have either had or planning on having with Dr. Beltram around ensuring that, our CTE programs, certainly are our priority, in the virtual environment?
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. President Sandoval, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds, thank you for that. Some of the conversation that we have been dialoguing regarding our plans is that we are confident that if we are transitioning or as we are transitioning to online, we can provide best practice online instruction with a number of our CTE courses. And in addition, there are a number of our CTE courses that rely on the skills and developing of those skills. And that is where the in-person instruction is vital to those courses. And again, we're working with WestMec. I believe WestMec is proposing a plan. They're working with their board as we speak. And I believe WestMec is going to be working with all of the superintendents in the Valley to coordinate a more conducive plan for those skills.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, are these discussions including our junior high CTE platform, which I believe it's TLC, is that correct?
President Sandoval, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds, yes, those conversations that Dr. Beltram and her team are working on do include TLC.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. And just one other thing that I want to kind of piggyback on what Ms. Pingarelli was speaking about regarding masks. I think, as we open schools in the upcoming academic year, there's no doubt that as we allow data to dictate, and when we feel that we can actually begin the face-to-face interaction without compromising the health and wellness of our teachers, staff, and students, again, that is the priority, right? It has been known nationally through many experts that the way to mitigate what is going on now with regard to the pandemic is certainly the social distancing and masks. That said, when we look at a student's readiness to learn, right, and ensuring that they're in a mindset of confidence and really low levels of angst, I believe that not only from a teacher's staff perspective, but I believe from a student and family regard, I mean, there's no doubt there's a lot of angst out there, right, of what's going on, and how we ensure that we are continuing to put our students, teachers, and staff in a position to be successful. We need to be mindful of that and mindful of that angst. In other words, yes, an online environment, but when we get into the face-to-face, phase, if you will, if masks, and I know there's many variables, but if they lessen the level of angst from others of, their fear of contracting, the virus, we need to definitely have that as a consideration as we enter into that phase. That said, Ms. Pingarelli, thank you very much for those questions. I know you have more along with the other board members. Ms. Stone, you mentioned you had a few others. I'd like to move
President Sandoval,
Yes,
can I jump in quickly?
Yes.
We are coming up on 2 hours.
Yeah.
Would this be an appropriate time to give the team a break so they can step away from their computers for a few minutes?
Sure. No, absolutely. So it's 10:53. Do you want to reconvene at 11, or do you need a little more time than that?
I think 11 would be great.
Okay, perfect. That said, we will take a break for about 7 minutes, and then we'll be back at 11A.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I did.
Doing very well. Thank you for the break.
No, absolutely. Thank you for the reminder. I know we talked about it, but definitely made sense. So,
I believe, and just as another reminder, I believe that Mr. Colley takes us offline during break. If that is the case, give him a 30-second lead in, and we can go live again.
okay. Mr. Colley, if you could, this is your 30-second lead in to reconvene this meeting. And then Ms. Contra, if you can lead us into a quick roll call of all board members, and then we'll continue.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Absolutely. Mrs. Pingarelli?
Here.
Mrs. Underhill?
Sorry, here.
No worries. Mrs. Ceja Martinez?
Here.
Mrs. Stone?
Here.
And Mr. Sandoval?
Here.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, welcome back, everybody. I think I was at the point of moving over to Ms. Stone. I believe she had some additional questions on top of the ones that she's asked. So, Ms. Stone?
Thank you, President Sandoval. I think the next question I'll go with is going to require just a short answer. So when we were looking at the presentation and there are issues now with the government's mandate, the governor's mandate, about our return blended, part virtual and part in person. So my question is, are we working on a different plan at this time to put in place should this mandate remain in force?
Mrs. Doan, thank you for that question. Additionally, with the hybrid, we did have the contingency of moving all virtual, which obviously we are in at this time. We don't have any additional plans to move forward with another contingency. That is something that, again, that data is pretty fresh to us, just less than a week old. So we continue to talk about that within the task force and within our cabinet. So please know that if anything else comes up, we will certainly bring that forward to you for your consideration.
And just a little piggyback on that is, I noticed on there that the Wednesdays were closed for, in-depth sanitization, which is needed. So since we won't be doing that, when is that going to occur, the in-depth sanitization?
So if you recall, we did talk about, and that would be something we would bring forward to you as a recommendation, if that were the case, to move our Mondays to Wednesdays. However, that not being decided yet, know that, as I mentioned in the presentation, throughout the day, think of our site lead on our campus. That's our foreman and 4 women who go around and fix everything that on our campuses. We've had discussions in our facilities department to where those individuals, our employees, will be utilized in continuously cleaning as they walk around the campus, and we would remove a lot of the plumbing and electrician work that's being done on campus by them, from them, and move that to our departments in our facilities. Because I hope you heard it throughout my presentation that safety is absolutely our number one, and the second part of it was the preparedness of our plan. So leveraging those employees to help us in our classrooms, high touch points in the cafeteria during lunch, will be what their main focus is throughout the day. Additionally, with our new we've had extensive discussions with our new partner in CCS that just started today about the expectations and need, and they are ready, willing, and able to help us. So know that each of our schools will be disinfected with electrostatic machine called the Clorox 360 machine at least once a month. If there is a confirmed case on any of our campuses, we will go in and use that machine. And what that machine is used for is it is a fog that is put out that is positively charged and adheres to everything in the room and kills it. So it has proven, we've used it in the past over the course of the last few years with any other kind of, with strep-related illnesses or pertussis or things like that have broken out on our campuses. So that would be our plan in response to a positive case. So short answer that I turned into a long one. I apologize.
No apologies. I appreciate the thoroughness of your answer, and I'm aware that parents are very much wanting to know the details of all this as much as I do. So I do thank you for that full and complete answer. Thank you very much. I'll pass it along now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Mr. Duguid, I'd like to piggyback real quick on Ms. Stone's question around our new maintenance partner and really expand it to, all of our partners and contractors that do visit our campuses from time to time. Can you talk a little bit about, how those conversations are going with regard to their protocol in this pandemic, their protocol from a PPE perspective?
And I'll add, President Sandoval,
yes,
how we measuring success.
Yes, thank you.
And I quickly repeat your question. My apologies, President Sandoval. You were talking about contractors that were coming onto campus, sir. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so, and it may be, I know our intent is to begin kind of phase one in an online environment, but as we're thinking about, this, phase two and the face-to-face environment and how we do that, what are the conversations like with our partners, contractors, individuals that come in from outside the district who visit our campuses from time to time? What are the conversations like regarding their protocol around PPE to ensure that when they come onto our campus that, they're not bringing anything, onto our sites?
Certainly. We've had just preliminary discussions with that since we've been out of school and have some time from, July 1 here through at least the 17th. Many of our contractors we've worked with through the years, over the course of many years, and have great relationships. In my position, being my first year here in this position, I've kind of marveled at the relationships that have been built between our district and our outside contractors that come in and how they take care of, any and every need that we have that we ask them to do. Therefore, I can't tell you that we've had specific conversations with them about what we will be asking them to do. My experience, though, in the past year is that one of whatever we ask them to do, if we ask them and we are requiring masks, they will wear a mask. Their protocol is to call and ahead, check in at our front offices and things like that. And also know that if this is something that we can do, with whatever the work is being done in-house, we will certainly do that to keep the number of outside individuals from our campuses for the time being until it becomes safer. To measure success, Mrs. Sejar-Martinez, I would answer that question with this, that they are following every procedure and every protocol that we ask them to do, and to keep our staff and our students safe. That's how I'd answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid. And just to follow up as we continue, can we incorporate a question as we do pulse checks with our staff, how confident they feel in the cleanliness of our approach?
So with our new company, we have a number, they have many more individuals that will have boots on the ground, as they said in our meeting, and we'll cover an area manager. With our former company, we had 2. With our present company, we will have 5. They have a current, the way they do their work tickets and things like that. We discussed in our last meeting that if they see something that is, needs to be done, they will take care of it, and then they will inform the site lead and administration the following day. Additionally, if there is a concern from a staff member, there is a protocol in place with that. Know that CCS will also be going out and visiting our schools in the very near future, within the next 2 weeks, to introduce themselves to our site level administrators and to go over all of those protocols, where if there is a concern, how they voice that to the correct person. I've just been very impressed with their customer service, or what they promise that they will do. And it's my job and Mr. Deegs, as well as our facility supervisors, Mr. Reese, Mr. Adamo, and Mr. Hobbs, to make sure that they follow through on that, and we will.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid. And just to clarify, we will have an ability to track that feedback. Is that accurate?
We will have a way to track that through their system, which is they have one of their area managers will be housed at our facilities department, so they'll be in constant communication, as well as we will have access to those work orders, for lack of a better way to put it, in their system, and vice versa.
Thank you so much, and hopefully as we move forward, that will be included in a Friday board report.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah Martinez. Ms. Underhill, subsequent questions?
Yeah, so I have a batch of questions around the health presentation from Ms. Alexander. And then I got you guys just handled the classroom piece pretty much for me, but I had questions around virtual. So I'll just start with the health, and then I'll give other folks a turn. First of all, Ms. Alexander, thank you so much for that in-depth, discussion about what our policy will be around the health screening and, taking care of our team members and our students and all of that. I had read some of the guidance from the state, and I can see very clearly that we have, followed that. I was excited, but I was happy to see that we have identified that sort of threshold for how do we handle illness with both, students and staff in regard to, being fever-free and symptom-free for 10 days, or having a note from a doctor or a test, those kinds of things. I felt like that was really important. I also read the article that Ms. Pingarelli mentioned from the American Academy of Pediatrics, and so some of these suggestions came from there. But one of the things they talk about is, the importance of mental health during this whole situation. And I know that Mr. Duguid touched on that our staff is working on the social emotional part for students. I just wanted to ensure that ensured that our staff are aware of whatever resources we might have for them in regard to mental health through the employee assistance program or whatever during this time. So that's just one thing I wanted to ask about.
For employees, I think Dr. Davidson can answer as far as the EAP program. For students, we have Kathleen, Leonard, and Marshall Walters, who are heading up our social emotional learning and mental health concerns. Are they on the call?
Dr. Davidson, would you mind jumping in the conversation for the EAP question, sir?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Duguid and team, Ms. Underhill. Obviously, the employees in Peoria do have access to 2 different types of employee assistance programs. And from a benefits department perspective, we don't monitor individual use. Certainly, we can look at use in aggregate form. But what we have been doing and always will do, certainly, is when we hear about needs, whether that's directly from employees or from supervisors, we do reach out and make certain that our employees do have the information at their fingertips. Also, the employees can find out relative information on our employee portal that they have direct access to.
Yeah, that's great. No, I just wanted to make sure that we emphasize, that those resources are available, and that I know that, our school counselors, et cetera, had identified resources when we were in school for students and families that might be dealing with some sort of mental health issue. So I just want to make sure that those pieces are still available for our community.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then the next question is just around you were very thorough about protecting our students and our teachers and our staff at the school. I just want to make sure, have we arranged for our health staff, such as yourself, our frontline health staff, to ensure that they have, the appropriate PPE, and whether that be N95 masks, gloves, shields, et cetera, because those are the folks dealing directly with the students. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that.
Yes, ma'am. On top of what Mr. Duguid has been ordering, he started pretty early on with some of the things that I have asked for, so I appreciate that. Our local health department is sending a health office starter kit, which includes gowns, some are reusable, some disposable, some face shields, extra gloves, extra surgical masks. And we are going to have N95 masks for nurses when they feel they need that extra level of protection.
Excellent. That's great. I appreciate that. And then my last question, just related to health, is just around immunizations. I'm assuming that we will continue to, update and require those immunization records for our students. I just wondered if we might also be recommending a flu shot, at least for our staff members. I know we can't obviously force that, but I just wanted to bring awareness to that, because obviously the influenza combined with the COVID could put us in a pretty dire situation. So just wanted to make sure we're still planning on those procedures.
We are. Every immunization law is still intact and we are still complying. In fact, our local health department is coming to 2 of our sites, one July 7th and one July 15th, to help our students with a better location. Otherwise, the free clinic is quite far. So they could come here and get every immunization that they need, including the flu shot, and it is all free. So we are definitely keeping on track with that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all I have on the health screening. So I'll yield now because I got quite a few for the virtual instruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Dr. Davidson, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, President Sandoval. And Ms. Underhill, also wanted to let you know, annually we have our employee health fair where we offer free flu shots to our employees. And right now, for those that are using our benefits, COVID-19 tests are free to our employees as well. So just wanted to make certain our board had that information.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you for that, Dr. Davidson. Ms. Alexander and Mr. Duguid, quick question for you. So, we've said it a few times earlier in this meeting that, what we're in today is very fluid, right? And I know you have your task force. Can you speak a little bit about how those task force are going to stay intact, as we continue along this upcoming academic year, to ensure that, we're not letting our foot off the pedal, if you will, right? So we're continuing to, assess, what's going on locally, statewide, certainly within the district, to be informed and to ensure that we're making those adaptations as the data dictates. So I guess what I want to understand is, are we keeping these task force intact, even, as we begin the academic year? How we are going to continue to include, certainly resident experts, right, in those conversations, and are there opportunities for these roundtables? Are there opportunities for individuals who are in the community, families, parents, again, teachers, staff, to be included in these task force as we move forward?
Great question, President Sandoval. Thank you. We will continue our task force operations. We've all become pretty fast friends. There were people in this group that hadn't worked with over the course of my time in the district, surprisingly. And again, I just want to say how impressive they all are, and we will continue that to keep, as you put it, the real-time data and decision making at the forefront based on the fluid situation that we're in. As far as continuing to reach out to our stakeholders, I know that, Mrs. Airy touched on some pieces going forward with that. I would absolutely recommend that if folks want to, partner with us and in these discussions, please let us know that. And Mrs. Airy, is there anything else I've left off of that piece?
President Sandoval, Mr. Duguid, no, I think that was pretty comprehensive. We, of course, have all of our channels open, and it's important for our community to always know that we use those to push out information and updates, but we treat our social media sites, our email accounts where we send information, they are not the type where you cannot reply all. We have comments turned on. We accept messages back into our inbox. We respond to each and every one of those, and so we really do treat it as a two-way conversation and monitor all of that continuously.
Gotcha. Thank you both for that. And the reason I brought up, the question around the task force, one is the fluidity of it, right? And staying up to date on the data and being informed. But also when I took a look at the task force, in the deck, the individuals, all seem to have titles, director level and above. So, I just want to make sure, and I know we've discussed it, we continue to discuss it, and so I'm certain that you are, but I just want to make sure that, we continue to include our inline staff, whether it be food service managers or food service associates, maintenance, transportation, et cetera, and yes, the communities that we serve from a parental perspective. So I just want to make sure that those lenses are included in the conversations because again, the more lenses we have, the more relevant, productive, and appropriate solutions that we'll leave those conversations with.
Yes, sir, and thank you for that. I just know that you are right that the deck, as you've called it, is director level and above typically. But please know that from each of those committees have spawned a number of subcommittees that have included both our certified staff as well as our classified staff, guiding. I give transportation as an example. You mentioned food service. I know that Sandra has teamed with many within her department, as has Phil. So thank you for that, and we will continue to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Ms. Pingarelli, additional comments, questions?
Well, let's see. Actually, on your one of the slides, I had said that high contact areas are to be cleaned between all classes. I guess who is doing that? Is that the teacher or is somebody else doing the cleaning?
So throughout the day, thank you for that question, Mrs. Pingarelli. So throughout the day, we are prepared to have each of our classrooms across our district with the ability to refill when they run out. A disinfectant bottle, rags, and rags available to our teachers, our instructional assistants, the principal, the assistant principal, the site lead, anyone that's in that room will be, we would hope and expect that they would clean in between class periods. Coming in and out of, thinking of a high school classroom, when we return, for classroom instruction, that we have a new group of, 25, 30, 35 students coming in that classroom. Yes, we would hope that the disinfectant would be used in between each class periods.
So is that even feasible for somebody to do desk, table, chairs, whatever, in the amount of time in between a class in a high school?
In our high schools, I know that our principal group, along with Mrs. Lopez Lira, have discussed what the time frame in between class periods could look like. Going forward, I believe in our high schools currently we have 8 minutes in between classes. And we have not settled on any additional time frame with that, but just know that they are talking about that. And the reason for it is to do our very best to disinfect in between each class period.
And how many class periods is there in a day in a high school?
There are 4, ma'am. Four periods. 4 periods in lunch, excuse me.
4 periods. So a teacher or instructional aide or whomever needs to clean 30 chairs, desk, whatever, door handles 4 times a day?
That's what we have slated at the moment, ma'am. Again, this what we would do our very best moving forward, and I know our high school principals are ready to have those conversations as to what is feasible. It's a new word that through this process I've learned. What is feasible to do, and if that's not feasible to do, we will, continue to do our best to do as much as we can to keep, our students safe.
Okay, I know you are. I'm just yeah, that's a difficult proposition, particularly to put on teachers in between classes to be doing that kind of work. So it's needed, but yeah, well, last question on this section for me is for the preschool and kindergartners. And thank you, Mr. Duguid, for that information. But kindergartners and preschools, on the slide it said that preschool and kindergartners are to be dropped off and walked in by a parent first week only. I'm putting myself as a parent. My kids are a lot older, so it's been quite a while since I had to drop off. But for a 4 or 5 year old that is being dropped off, what does it look like in week 2 through the rest of the year if the parent, if we're kind of under these restraints, if a parent can only drop off their child for the first week?
So in our elementary group, we have had numerous discussions about this as well. We want our schools to be as welcoming and open as possible. I certainly was that way as a site level administrator. But we also know that we want to, try to maintain as little cross paths as we can. So each of our principals in their groups, and let me highlight Mr. Stone and Mrs. Mills, who's headed up this area along with Mrs. Bridgewater. There's a lot of shared leadership between our site level groups with regard to that spawned another group of conversations with schools that are smaller, schools that are middle sized, and schools that are larger, with 2 of our other principals residing over each of those groups. So we know the challenges that are in place. That's going to be to your question about parents coming onto campus or not coming onto campus. They are working through those as we speak. So our efforts were to make best recommendations and proposals going forward to inform all of you, our governing board, as well as our community listening in, but given direction by you, the governing board, as well as with any possible recommendations from you. Now we're entering into the implementation phase of what it will look like when we welcome our students back on our campuses for classroom instruction face to face. So know that those conversations are going on.
Thank you, Mr. Duguid, for those responses. Ms. Pingarelli, any other questions at this point?
No, that's it. On that last question, I put that out there as not just a governing board member, but as a parent, and thinking back on my kids and how parents would feel about dropping off, their kids at that age. So I know that there's a lot more conversation to be had. So thank you very much for the response.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Ms. Sayre Martinez, I know you have your hand up, but I just want to piggyback on Ms. Pingarelli's question around the teachers having the responsibility to clean 30 plus desks, doorknobs, etc., high touch areas in between each period. So, we mentioned it earlier, we are in these unprecedented times, and many organizations are having to adapt, right, including us. And that said, Mr. Duguid, in conversations with our new, I'm going to call him our maintenance partner, janitorial partner, is this a conversation that we can have with them to, adapt their scope of work with PUSD?
It absolutely is, and we've briefly broached the topic, and as I said, their first day is today with us, talking about what the scope of work could look like with our cleaners having varied hours, throughout the school day, going, in the way that we have done it in the past, if you will. They have arrived on campus at 2:30 to touch base with our site lead to discuss any concerns that were brought forward by teachers, administration, to begin cleaning once dismissal. I'm using an early start elementary because that's what I'm used to. I apologize for a 3 o'clock start once the students are dismissed. So we broached the topic very briefly in our last conversation, but we certainly can continue that going forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I agree with Ms. Pingarelli. I think adding that task to the day of a teacher in this new environment, when they're themselves are acclimating into the online teaching and continuing to innovate and challenge our students, I think their time is best used there than in between each period than cleansing the desks and those high touch areas, which I think is important, but I think it makes sense to definitely lean on our new janitorial partners. So thank you for that. Ms. Sayre Martinez, I apologize, your hand's been up and you've been waiting very patiently. Mike is yours.
Thank you, President Sandoval and administrators and governing board. I have been in the past very active in starting the conversation, so it's great to hear and really practice what active listening is. And I'll tell you, I am ready to move forward. So let me first, what I observe and what I've seen, and thank everybody who's responded. We collectively have been trying to make sure your voice is heard in emails, and it's a work in progress. But what I've seen, the trends and questions, unanimously, no matter what position anybody is or what title they have or what hat they're wearing, we all want our children to start in an in-class experience, building relationships physically in school. That is undeniable, and that will come across in every single email. With that in mind, we also have prioritized unanimously the safety and well-being of our students, staff, as well as our community members, because when they leave our classrooms, they go back into the neighborhoods and re-engage. As I think through this, for me, I need everybody to understand my thought process and where I'm coming from, and what I hear that our administration has strategically approached our decision-making process consistently, with always keeping the safety of our staff, students, parents, and community members as our #1 priority. And we do that by mitigating risk. And we recognize that this is a temporary situation. We hear you loud and clear that the crisis mode that we went into online experience was not pleasant for everybody. We also know that some students thrive in that environment. But I can tell you, as a governing board member, never have I anticipated the worst phone call I could get by sitting on this board is the phone call I get from Ms. Airy or our superintendent that a student or a staff member has lost their life. And with that being said, please, I assure you that your health and safety, community, parents, staff, and students is our #1 priority. And we ask for your patience, flexibility. And so with that lens, I'm going to ask the following questions. And I'm going to start off with some of the questions by my fellow governing board members were addressed by including inclusive practices and communication. I do want to highlight that we also take into positioning, and I'm going to give you one example. In the Peoria Times, it has the survey results, and it outlines parents and Spanish parents. Though it may seem like a minimal word phrasing or wordsmithing, it is important that when you're a parent or a guardian, we mean all collectively and we're not creating an exclusive environment. So every voice is relevant. So as we move forward, my ask of communication is to continue to set a sense of belonging when we're hosting these meetings, that we create a schedule. I see some responses already on behalf of our administrators. We have a lot of questions regarding high school and virtual course offerings, that these schedules be put on the district administration link or Facebook of anybody who wants to participate or listen to have access to that information, as well as a updated organization chart of who they can go to seek out answers. The second thing I want to include is I am grateful that we have executed the text feature. And Danielle, I saw that on Miss Airy on Facebook. I want to recognize that not all parents, there is a responsibility that we're asking on your behalf to update your contact information. Not all phone numbers are correct, and so when we want to reach out, it does make it more challenging. And that the district considers spending an expense on mailers that highlights all the contact platform options. And I'll pause there if there's any statements or comments by our administration.
Thank you for that, President Sandoval. Mrs. Ceja Martinez, I appreciate those comments very much as we work to find multiple platforms. We know everybody receives information in various ways, so really do appreciate those comments as we work to find ways to reach our whole community.
Yep, thank you for that, Ms. Airy, and Ms. Ceja Martinez. Thank you for those questions. Ms. Aries, Ms. Ceja Martinez talked about communication and text messaging, which I think it's great that we're thinking of diversifying our touch points, our communication channel to reach our consumer, the individuals that we're responsible for, in a way that is conducive to how they engage with organizations, right? So that said, I think, have you thought about key partnerships throughout the city, right? Meaning, how can we leverage, for one, PUPC as a communication channel to cascade updates, et cetera, to the community? And can we leverage local businesses? You talked about, I'm going to call them floor clings, but I think you said floor stickers in the presentation, I believe. But floor clings, shelf talkers, et cetera, within local businesses that we have a relationship with, and maybe others who'd be willing to be a communication channel to how we, again, get the message out to the community around what's going on with schools, et cetera. So just some thoughts around, outside of traditional media, how we can leverage, our affinity type relationships, and again, any key partnerships that we currently have.
President Sandoval, thank you for that question, those insights and ideas. Part of our communication plan, not just really what we're experiencing right now, but really any major update that is happening with our school district always includes, in addition to kind of the checklist that I went through that we send or we reach out to our employees, to our parents, to the media, and we have a little bit of a flow with how we release information. Part of that also includes information that is sent out to community partners. You touched on a number of them. The chambers of commerce would be included in that list, local partners that work with the Peoria Education Foundation, and of course all of the individuals that are connected with that group. And so many people that attend some of the field trips that we have had in the past, we start to build kind of a partner database of those who really are just interested in what happens in our school district and supports what goes on in our school district. And certainly when we have any major update to share, we make sure that they have information relative to it as they're engaging with other stakeholders around the community. They feel empowered to answer questions. They feel like they know and understand the reasoning behind the decisions that we're making. And so they'll be included in the communication that we send out related to this. Obviously, I could talk at length related to our communication tactics and strategies even beyond the pandemic. I don't want to get us too far off the focus of our agenda for today, but the long answer to your question, as we're always looking to explore additional avenues for outreach. Some of it is just as quickly as we can produce print and provide information, or produce package and provide information, and making sure that we're able to update it in a way that's cost effective for us, so that we're not always making those printings as information changes, but that we're empowering all of those different groups to communicate on our behalf.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Again, it's important that we take the message to the community, kind of push and pull, right? So I appreciate you and your team always thinking of different ways to ensure that all stakeholders are informed. That said, Mr. Duguid, and this may also include Dr. Bell and potentially Ms. Lopez-Lira, but when we take a look at teacher readiness, kind of their toolbox to be successful, right, in an online teaching environment, can you talk a little bit about that toolbox? Meaning, we have a new online platform, right, in the Florida virtual, and it probably has minimum requirements. Do we understand what those requirements are? And from a technology perspective, whether it be laptops, et cetera, are we ensuring that all of our teachers will have the appropriate and needed technology to be successful in this learning environment? So there's one, right? And then the second question is, access to their classroom. I know when we get into certain subjects like sciences and math, we have a lot of technology in our classrooms. Can you please also talk about the ability for our teachers to have access to their classrooms to be able to record and to instruct, from there versus at home? That's it.
Thank you, President Sandoval. I'd like to invite Dr. Bell into the conversation. Dr. Bell?
Thank you so much, President Sandoval, governing board members, and Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. Those are very good questions, and ones that we are currently planning for. All teachers will be participating in professional development related to virtual teaching and learning. Florida Virtual does come with a professional development package. It is a train the trainer model, and we'll begin that process once our data integration has been completed. Many teachers have already asked about access to their classroom, whether they have the appropriate technology at home or not. Many teachers want to use some of those resources, like the Foundations tiles, as an example, and other resources that are readily available in classrooms. Teachers will be able to come into their classroom for either connectivity, use of technology, or simply to teach from the classroom setting. So we're excited to offer that opportunity. Teachers who do not have the appropriate connectivity at home will obviously need to come to school for that classroom connection.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. Ms. Sam Martinez, I believe I may have moved on and you aren't quite finished. So please, I see your hand up.
Thank you. And this will go along with the virtual platform conversation. When I think about Ms. Alexander's presentation, the first thing I want to talk about is staffing models, whether it be in person or online, but specifically related to nurses. How many nurses do we have to serve our 42 schools?
We have a position for a nurse for every office. There are some positions we're actively filling right now, but there are a total of 45 because we have some job share nurses.
Okay, so just to put this in perspective, we have 37,000 students, 4,000 employees, and 45 nurses. I am deeply concerned of the need to service our employees and students, coupled with, if we go with the approach of the story you explained, the hypothetical situation that a teacher sends a student or themselves becomes aware during the day that they are having signs or symptoms, they would go to the nurse. And then what happens to those kids that are in the classroom? From my experience, traditionally, either site administrator or some other support staff would come and watch the students. But if we cannot get a substitute in time, they divide the class, which begs the question, we're increasing the class size. So with that scenario, can you explain to me how we're working through those? And that anybody can take that question.
I'll take that question. Thank you, Mrs. Sejar Martinez, for it. Again, I reference back to our groups of administrators or site level administrators that's an excellent point you bring up, and one that we will, as we move forward from here they know that is certainly probably the most important room on the campus going forward, and their ability to, I have no doubt in their ability to design protocols and practices and put them in place on their campuses with regard if the nurse is, with a student and assessing them, on a typical day. You're a teacher, you know this as well, that we could have the nurse's office pretty well overrun at times, even in flu season or cold season and things like that. So, some protocols are already in place, and we will enhance them with our work with our elementary lead principals, as well as Mr. Dunham on the high school side.
I appreciate that acknowledgement, but then raises a concern, and I see it through emails and even social media, that parents that have to go to work because they're essential for whatever reason, they may not have the ability to check the well-being of their child, as well as have the means to take care of them, so they would send them to school. In that instance, if we don't have somebody to pick up that child within an hour, what happens after that? So
the practice has been and will be to reach out to both parents, and if we're in a single parent situation, calling that parent. If they're unable, then we would reach out to the emergency contacts and ask them if they are available. We would hope and expect that our parents, if we were be able to get a hold of one of our parents, they would reach out to somebody that's on their emergency contact list, because we know that certainly they have to be on that contact list before they are allowed to check out any of our students. So past that, if we weren't able to get a hold of anyone, we would do our very best, of course, to take care of that child. So I hope that answers your question, Mrs. Sayar Martinez.
Thank you. It does. It exemplifies the importance of contact information being updated, not just on the first tier, but the second and potentially the third tier. So I would like the task force to consider going forward, how do we ensure that the contact information that we have for each student and staff member is up to date? With that in mind, I also think about the board's responsibility of policy. So I'm going to first start off with staff. What policies do we have in place that will put our staff in a position where they'll choose to go to work with underlying symptoms in an effort to deter using their 6 days or CARES Act? We want our staff to feel empowered to take care of their wealth and well-being first. And I'm very grateful that the governing board waived the liquidated damages to ensure for the remainder of the year that they make the right decisions for their well-being and family. But what current policies should the board consider that may prohibit staff making those types of decisions?
Dr. Davidson, would you like to handle that question, sir?
Mr. Duguid, I was raising my hand, but I didn't want to just jump the gun there. But Ms. Sayar Martinez, thank you for that question. In regards to our policy, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to just list off the letters just to make certain I'm safe on that, but we do have policy that does guide our employees on use of both personal and sick time. Remember also a few years ago when the earned paid sick time became law, we did modify that policy to give a little bit more freedom in how our employees can use their time. Right now, that policy still stands in regards to the 5 personal days, 5 sick days, and of course, we also are bound by FMLA, right, federal law, that allows employees to use extended time if needed and supported by physicians. So I do believe we have policy in place that guides us. Certainly, I don't believe it hinders us. I would also add, per the presentation earlier, that our benefits team continues to get guidance as, not just the governor, but as the federal rules and regulations change regarding use of time in the workplace and working alongside those employees and their physicians. So it is a little bit of a work in progress, but to your question, our policy is there, and I do not believe it would hinder us moving forward.
Thank you for that. To all the staff who have emailed, please, I encourage you to reach out to Dr. Davidson and his HR staff, as they're there to support you through this process. Which then leads me to the attendance policy for students, and one I'm familiar with at the high school level, and you'll have to correct me if I'm misspeaking, but with the high school attendance policy, I am aware of if a student misses 9 days, there's a potential that the class can be dropped. And so I'm going to start there. Has there been any review of our current attendance policy for our students in this and current environment?
Mrs. Lopez-Lara, could you weigh in on that question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Duguid, President Sandoval, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. With the attendance policy at the high school, those would be some things that we would have to take into consideration in looking at absences and why our students are absent, if it's due to illness, etc. That is something we do regularly as we speak.
Thank you for that. Do parents have to provide documentation for those illnesses? What requirements are in place that our guardians have to provide to waive them?
I believe that Mrs. Alexander touched on that. Mrs. Alexander, could you weigh in on that question, please?
Sure, Mr. Duguid. I have heard from the county level and the state level that doctor's notes are not something we should be requiring or requesting heavily at this time, being that most of these doctors are quite busy right now and they don't want to add just to fulfill our needs, basically.
Thank you for that, reiterating that. That is important. I know that in the past, when I take a look through the lens of supporting equity, some of our 100% attendance awards may put students in a position to show up to school not being at 100% well. And so I would have the task force to consider that conversation to create a safe environment for all. The last thing I want to highlight, so thank you for that response, is some lessons that we've learned in the past is taking into consideration our schedules for our seniors. A lot of community members and parents and staff have highlighted that change of the timeline and our calendar for school impacts seniors. I just want to reiterate that from my understanding, we are starting school August 5th. We have an online platform, and then we're going to take it with the lens of flexibility from guidance from our governor, the data that supports the numbers. Here's where I am thinking out loud, so bear with me here. I think back to those staffing models and prioritizing students and our most at-risk population. We have not had an opportunity to discuss our IEP, our students that are special needs, students, our academic gaps with our disparities within our academics that has been reported, and that our staff members who have reached out with their own health concerns. I know that's a lot in one question, but how are we addressing our most vulnerable population and offering them the priorities to service students online or and getting our students' needs? Does that make sense?
I believe it does, Ms. Sayano Martinez. I'd like to ask Dr. Bell back to the conversation, please.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Governing Board members, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. We are currently still in stages of planning for students with special needs. That includes our special education students, but it also includes our EL students, gifted education, etc. The good news is we do have some things in place. I think you received a communication regarding unique learning systems, which we use with our ARISE students. Additionally, while we will be using Florida Virtual with our special education students, we know they need additional support and service minutes. So we'll be working with our special education team. We may need to reconvene IEP teams to address those service minutes and come up with an appropriate service delivery model. Students with special needs will have a general ed classroom teacher. They will also have the additional support staff assigned to them in that virtual setting. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Davidson regarding the questions associated with special needs of staff.
Hello again, Ms. Sayano Martinez, President Sandoval, Dr. Reynolds. The question in regards to prioritizing the hiring practices for the electronic format based on needs of the individual staff members is something we have to certainly consider as we go through the process. We are still building that process. It's as you know, we're flying the plane and building it as we have to during this time. So we're putting that into place, and I would just share with you that first and foremost, our goal is to get our best instructors in front of our students. So whether that's face-to-face or online virtual environments, we have to have quality instruction taking place. So as we build a process, responses to questions, demonstration of skills are going to be of utmost importance. I do think it would be silly for us not to consider those needs of the individual employees, and honoring HIPAA. I certainly can't have an interview question that causes them to share that information with us, but if they do give us that information, rightfully so, it may be something we need to look at. As we've talked about this whole presentation, staff safety and student safety is critical, but I certainly don't want us to get into a situation where we are discriminating against any one employee based on certain needs. So hope that helps with the question.
It does shed some light. So help me understand, if a staff member comes to HR and needs an accommodation and the only accommodation we can offer is virtual and based on what you described as best teacher, how are you determining what is considered a best teacher, prioritizing over their accommodation that is needed?
Ms. Martinez, members of the board. My response to that would be, again, we have an interview process that causes employees to answer questions. Perhaps they have to demonstrate their ability to teach through an electronic format. Perhaps we use a data set that demonstrates a level of effectiveness, right? We have all those things that cause us to look at how an employee can or can't do their job. Regarding an accommodation, through ADA, the law that guides us there, we do have a process that we use that really gets us, the employee, and perhaps even their physicians to a point of, is this accommodation reasonable for them to have success in the workplace? Quite often we can find and meet somewhere in the middle where we can find ways that our employees can be successful. And I think if we've found as a team, going through that team process, that virtual instruction was the appropriate accommodation for the employee, we would find a place for them to do that and, again, to be successful.
Thank you, Dr. Davidson. And to be candid, I have concerns with that process. As has been presented to the governing board in the past couple years, that 95% plus of our teachers are rated highly effective. So I would challenge your ability to identify best teacher or most appropriate if our evaluations that have been presented legally are all highly effective. I know it's a work in progress in our evaluation model, and this current environment does not help that process. But I definitely look forward to your ideas as how we move forward so that not only is it equitable, but safety is our guiding principle, and we don't stray from that because of the noise. So we would love to have all our children get the best instructor, but apparently what's been presented to the board is that 95% of our staff is highly effective. So thank you for that insight, and please let us know how we can change our policies to support you in making those decisions. With that, I will stand, as I know my fellow board members have a lot of questions. My last set of questions are in regards to funding as we talk about the virtual space. And I will say that hearing all these costs that Ms. Pangarelli has brought to light about cleaning, masks, that we may have the ability to provide to staff, I would like a very detailed outline of what we're spending our money on to keep our staff and students safe. It's very obvious that saving and protecting lives is not cheap. And I would like to know that going forward. So I will pause and let my fellow governing board members go forward with questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sam Martinez. Ms. Underhill, you have your hand up.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and thanks everybody for all the good questions. It's helpful. Dr. Davidson, since we just had you up, I've had some questions from classified staff members, being concerned that if we're going virtual, they want to know, where do they stand? Will they be reporting back to work, et cetera? And I know that you're still kind of trying to figure that out, but if we could speak to that a little bit, that would be helpful.
President Sandoval, members of the board, Ms. Underhill and Dr. Reynolds. Please know, Ms. Underhill, Ms. Myers and I behind the scenes are working on a communication to at least one of those employees, and our hope was to reach out to you as well, just to give you some information. But since you asked the question, right now we're kind of working alongside the governor's most recent executive order and working with legal counsel to ultimately see what are we allowed to do in regards to working in a virtual environment. If you recall, in his last executive order through June 30th, employees could simply be available, be willing and able to work. And we had a process in place that allowed our classified team members to work with their administrators and leaders to be available. And they've helped out in many, many ways outside of their typical job description and to get paid for that. But as we move forward, we don't have that guidance yet in place. And so you will see soon on the employee FAQs that we're asking our classified staff to be prepared and certainly be reading that information, but also our hope is to honor their letters of reasonable assurance and get them back to their workplace per the document that they signed, right, and that they were offered. So that's our hope right now, but more information will be coming based on legal guidance.
Sure, that makes sense. I know. I think people, they're just trying to figure out, do I need to look for something else? So I appreciate that. My other questions have more to do with the online virtual learning situation. The first one is just, you had mentioned that parents would be able to enroll in the virtual program starting tomorrow. Now, with the new news, obviously we've determined that all of our students will be enrolling in the virtual instructional program to begin with. So my question is, if that is the case, and maybe we're still figuring this out, will people who are interested in moving into the in-person scenario be able to indicate that when they register for the program? I'm sorry, that might be Dr. Bell.
I think that's me. Let me take a stab at that one, please. Thank you. President Sandoval, governing board members, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. Our virtual approach needed to shift just a bit. We are going to keep up the job description because we want to know about those teachers who may be interested in continuing to teach virtually throughout the school year. So we're going to leave that posting up. We will not be necessarily registering students for virtual learning because we are intending to move all students into virtual learning. That gives us some time and an opportunity for parents and students and even teachers to get trained to do a better job than we did last spring in terms of teaching and learning in a virtual environment. And then eventually we will need to ask, once we can safely return to school, which parents want to continue to keep their student in a virtual environment. So we don't necessarily have that particular timeline now, but we are continuing to work on that virtual plan.
Great. So at this time, parents do not need to enroll their student, is that correct?
They need to enroll and register their student in PUSD, right. But we will not be posting the registration for the virtual, as we will be working to integrate our data with all of our students.
Okay, that makes sense. And then you'll continue to work on the process of hiring those interested in specifically online positions as a means of identifying our numbers of teachers interested in one or the other. Is that the idea?
Yeah, eventually we want to know who's interested in that. So we'll keep that posting up and let that sit as we really begin all of our teachers in a virtual environment.
Okay, great. My next question just has to do with like our technology, our capacity. I know that looking at the survey that was done a while ago, our teachers were the ones that actually indicated that they were the ones without access to consistent technology. I think they were the lowest group. And I know that there's been concern around technology needs and the age of computers, et cetera. Will we be able to accommodate and make sure that our teachers have the technology that they need to be able to be successful in this model?
That is one of the reasons that we are offering teachers the opportunity who do not have that connectivity at home to come into the classroom to deliver lessons during this virtual learning time. I do know that Mr. Gay is looking at the teacher laptop situation, so I'm going to turn it over to him to respond to teacher laptops.
Thank you, Dr. Bell and Mrs. Underhill for that question, and President Sandoval, members of the board, and Dr. Reynolds. Let me respond to that quickly. There's a couple of points I want to make. First, and to pick up on what Dr. Bell said with regard to access to the internet, certainly teachers coming back to the classroom will certainly help that tremendously. We are looking right now at several possible feasible solutions for providing either staff or even families that require them some assistance with the area of internet access. We have a number of good solutions that are feasible, and they all have different prices. Some require the parents to bear the price, but we also recognize that some won't be able to do that. So we have a variety of solutions, as I said, that are in hand, and we just need to kind of make a decision with regard to all of the CARES Act funding requirements and so forth, what solution we think would make the most sense. But we will solve that particular problem. So that's internet access. With regard to the age of staff laptops, with Ms. Meyer's assistance and funding opportunities and the CARES Act, as well as available capital and some other opportunities, we have already put on order sufficient laptops to replace all of our teacher laptops. And it's going to be a close call. Our latest data or message, I should say, that we have is that those laptops will be in hand toward the end of July, and we'll be able to get those imaged and out to the teachers as quickly as possible. It's not the case that all of the laptops are a problem, but many of them are. And so they are almost all, not all, but almost all are of a sufficient age that they do need to be replaced. And we will be able to do that very shortly when those laptops come in.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much for that. This is just a little minor point that I know in looking at the survey, we asked, about students and parents that had consistent access to technology, and we got a pretty high percentage rate, but it was brought to my attention that the survey was done via the internet. So I don't know how we address that, but I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that gap that we might have if there's a group that, didn't get the survey. So just wanted to kind of throw that out there. The other questions regarding online are from some of the teachers we've had questions about how do they deal with the pacing? So should they continue with the pacing that's within that curriculum? Is there flexibility? I know you had said there's some flexibility for them to do live lessons and that kind of thing, but it's just thinking about that transition. Should we go to an in-person model at some point? Can you just speak a little bit to that, Dr. Bell, about the pacing and the alignment?
I can. The standards and the lessons are based on obviously national standards. The teachers can modify Florida virtual content. They can add to the content, and they can add lessons, experiences, resources, etc. However, the content in that's aligned, especially in the core curriculum, is something that the teacher can deliver virtually and then assess and follow up with students as needed. So the pacing is going to be very similar to our district pacing in that core content at the K-8 level. The other thing that the system offers is an assessment program. So as students move through the curriculum and something might be out of order or not directly aligned to our quarterly pacing guides, they could go ahead and deliver that content because the Florida virtual assessment will be included with that content. All of it is grade level specific, so we feel really confident. This is the product that is the #1 virtual product in the AOI world. So we feel pretty good about that.
That's great. So it sounds like it offers a lot of flexibility. I have received a few comments about just today about the length of the sort of projected length of hours of time. With the high school group being 7.5 hours daily online, and I just wondered, within that, is there flexibility for students as well? I know there's an issue around minutes and seat minutes and that kind of thing. But can you speak a little bit to that around the requirements versus, what the student actually needs to accomplish what they're doing in the class?
Well, what we're really talking about is a full-time learning schedule. So it's similar to what we would see at a community college when they tell kids that for every class you take, you also need to put in X number of hours for that class. So what we see is anywhere from 3 to 7 hours. Obviously, there's flexibility because it is online, but that's the work that the student does online, including live lessons from teachers, one-on-one or small group support, etc. So I think we're going to have to build stamina with our students. Our students have not had an AOI platform like this, neither have our teachers. So that will be a huge part of the professional development plan for teachers. And then working with our community, our parents and our students, and how we build our capacity to work within an online system like this. It is a little different at the high school in that one platform is not going to offer every single course that PUSD offers to students, including CTE was mentioned today. In addition to that, we have IB courses, we have music, arts classes, etc. So we want that flexibility, and we'll be looking at those vetting those high school courses and getting input from parents, teachers, and our principals as we look at the high school solution.
Great, thank you. Sorry for the musical interlude of my cell phone. Now I just have some questions from parents. Several parents have wondered, will the students, as they enroll in the online option, will they stay enrolled in their home school?
That is a question that we have, that I have on the docket for today this afternoon in a meeting with Florida Virtual. That has, typically what we do at the high school level is we co-enroll students both in their home school and in an e-campus class, because they're attending the high school campus and they may take a class or two out of e-campus. I believe that in our AOI environment, our students will be enrolled in this AOI program. So I'll need to work with Jill Thomas and John Gay's team, as well as the data integration team with Florida Virtual, to fully understand what all those options are for effective integration and use of the platform.
Great. On kind of in that same vein, if a teacher decides to become an online teacher, would they lose their spot at their homeschool the following year?
I would hope not. I think the better that we get at virtual learning, the more interest that we may have in this over time, or a combination of virtual courses and at school learning. I believe we'll begin to build out. Our plan is to build out our eCampus course offerings so that we have more opportunities for students in a virtual setting. Currently, we have teachers that teach eCampus courses that obviously also teach at the home school. So just based upon our overall needs, we work with our teachers to see what courses they're interested in teaching. That's also why we want to keep up that virtual job posting so that we get a feel for what our teachers are thinking.
Great. And I know we discussed this at the previous board meeting a little bit, but we've had several questions around, can parents switch back to the in-school option if they decide to do that?
As we begin the school year in virtual teaching and learning, all parents will and kids will obviously be in virtual. At some point when it's safe to return to school, we'll be asking parents if they want to continue virtually or have their student return to a brick and mortar school experience. We do ask that parents commit to at least the remainder of the semester. That allows for course completion and staffing issues. However, we know that if COVID-19 has taught us anything, is the need to be flexible. So we'll be working on a case-by-case basis should we need to make a different decision for that family.
Great. These are just some questions around expectations for the online learning. You know, in the previous semester, obviously things were a lot different, and we proposed those activities that we were doing as enrichment and that kind of thing. So there's been some questions around what are the expectations for students and for teachers for follow-up with the virtual program.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Underhill, members of the board. We have a teacher, student, parent expectation document. Some of that comes directly from our Florida Virtual Parent and Student Handbook. We believe that establishing those teacher expectations has been critical. Our teachers involved with Mrs. Hobbs and those committees have been very clear that clear expectations, accountability, and professional development are really critical to our success. We want to be very successful. We want kids and parents to have an even better experience than when we ventured into virtual learning in the spring. We believe that this platform, clear expectations for all, and training will help us be very successful.
That's great. I'm sure this is similar to when we're in person, but there's questions around high school teachers and the ability to communicate with each other so that we can ensure the workload, you know, among students and classes are sufficient and, you know, balanced. So I'm assuming that that type of collaboration would continue.
Mrs. Underhill, members of the board, that collaboration is critical. So when we look at those half days that teachers will be participating in professional development, we would also be including that critical collaboration between teachers that we know is really important, not just in a bricks and mortar setting, but certainly in a virtual setting.
Great. And then I just have two more. I understand that there is some flexibility in designing and developing some of the electives for within the Florida virtual program. Would we be able to do that within the areas of music and band as well?
That's the high school course vetting that I referenced earlier, and the input meeting we're having next week with parents, our principals, and teachers. We know that that one platform will not include all PUSD course offerings. So we need to figure out how we can come up with a solution so that those electives can be offered. So we have a seamless transition when those kids go back into the school setting. So we are working on that. We've started the vetting process, and we have identified the courses that don't have that virtual online current course in Florida Virtual or other platforms that we offer.
Great. And then the last one, this was actually a suggestion that came from one of the people that contacted me. You know, with the younger students, obviously the primary kids, this whole online learning piece is challenging for sure. And, you know, parents may need some additional support at home. The suggestion was, would we have any type of sort of traveling support teachers or, you know, paras or whatever to support families in the home? I know they would have to be, you know, have all the protections, et cetera, but to support families that are maybe struggling with the online platform.
Mrs. Underhill, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds, I do not believe that we have addressed that particular issue, but for some conversations and providing services if necessary via special education. I will make a note of that. I don't have that tech team support, but certainly Mr. Duguid and I can discuss that and look at that idea. Thank you.
Great, and thank you, and I yield, and thank you for all of your time.
Thank you for that, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Sayat, you have your hand up, or is that from earlier?
Yep. Thank you so much. And Ms. Underhill, thank you for those questions. We recognize that as we continue conversation, more and more questions come up. And so, Dr. Bell, I've seen in one of your responses that you plan to host some roundtable. When in regards to training our parents to help our students use the Florida Virtual, who's going to own that, and what's the plan to include training for the parents?
Thank you for that question, Ms. Ceja Martinez, governing board members, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. We are in the process of working with our PR department for a community live event around virtual teaching and learning during the month of July. We'd like to offer 2 of those. In addition to that, there are student and parent orientation modules. We have those already in our eCampus platform. We also have additional ones that we have identified in Florida Virtual. So we will be offering opportunities for that orientation so that people can really meet those expectations in the home, whether they be students or parents.
Thank you.
We know there might be some trouble, so we'll be working on that help desk line, similar to what processes we had in place in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bell, which then leads me to my question for Mr. Gay in regards to priority distribution. We have experienced the distribution method in the midst of a crisis of getting laptops, and we have some data of where the majority of those laptops went. Looking at the number, or based on the information that all teachers will get new laptops or equipment to do their job, what is the thought process and execution or expectation for all our students to get laptops?
Well, thank you, Ms. Ceja Martinez. Well, we don't have sufficient laptops, and I'm not sure you asked this specific question, but we don't have sufficient laptops for every student to get his or her own laptop. And I'm not sure if that's what you were getting at, but I just wanted to make that point. So let me just, a little bit of context. We have right at 20,000 student devices right now. We have more on order. That'll be pushing closer to 21,000 pretty soon. And so based on those numbers, we have sufficient laptops to issue to students that need them at home for remote learning. And so based on our experience last spring, we know what the numbers looked like then, and we can reissue laptops to meet the needs of those students. Now, what we are working on, in fact, we're having a discussion on this later this afternoon. What we're working on is needs for students when they come back to the classroom. So the students that will be in the classrooms. That's a trickier subject for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is that Dr. Bell and I were talking about this. We want to make sure that we minimize the amount of use by multiple students of individual computers, if that makes sense, because each time the student uses a laptop, we're going to have to do something to clean it before another student uses it. So based on scheduling and so forth, we're going to try to minimize that use, which is great, or I'm sorry, minimize use by multiple students, which is great, but that also has the effect of increasing the need for the number of devices. So we don't want to just throw a number out there, because even though they're not super equally, the numbers add up very quickly. And so we're going to look carefully at what we think the numbers will look like, and work with Ms. Myers to make sure that we can get adequate numbers on order to meet that need. So we don't have a specific number yet, but when we do get that, we will act quickly to make sure that we can get them. I hope that answered your question.
It did, and it shed some light on the numbers of 21,000. And I recall that at one point, back in March that we were going to drive a bus to pass out the equipment, and I don't believe that took place. My concern is we've heard multiple trends of feedback from teachers and parents that their students didn't even get logged online to complete assignments. So I worry about that education gap. And so how are we prioritizing those who have access to a vehicle to drive to our campuses versus those that never even made contact, and we don't know if they physically can't make it to our school, or we're going to them and identifying our most vulnerable students, and once again prioritizing safety, but now taking a look at those students who've never who don't have access to, in additionally to a computer but a Wi-Fi. Are they considered as the first priority of receiving this equipment?
Well, that's a great point you raised, Ms. Sarah Martinez, and we've been working, for lack of a better term, working hard on trying to figure out the best way to do that. But I do want to make a couple of points in that regard. When we started the laptop issue back in March, of course, that was an emergency and it was very different. And we needed to get as many out there as quickly as we possibly could. And so we did that. It had some bumps in the road, of course, but we did that. But what we followed up with was some programs to help parents who were unable to get to those pickup points for any number of reasons to get access to devices. That was a combination of coming to the Cholla facility and, well, I shouldn't say, as well as coming to their local school, but we also worked with building principals to make sure that, and communicated to parents to make sure that if they couldn't get anywhere, they didn't have a car, whatever the reason was, that the schools would work with those families to get the devices to them at their homes. And so we are planning to do something similar to that. And so instead of having mass distribution points like we did under the emergency conditions, we are going to be working with schools to issue the devices out at their schools. And we will have technology or technician support to help with that. And the technology, of course, would include hotspots or whatever device we end up settling on based on my answer to the earlier question from Ms. Underhill. We will have those devices available for people that need them as well. What we're trying to figure out, and this is part of the really challenging part, is that it's not the case that it's only families that are economically disadvantaged that need that technology. And the simple reason for that, and I'm sure you're aware of it, is that in some cases, mom and dad and maybe 2 or 3 other siblings are also at home working, and they all need equipment. And so what might be available in the home normally might not be available to students. And so we're trying to figure out what's the best way to prioritize getting devices. I mean, the obvious initial thought is that those who are economically disadvantaged and simply don't have them. And so we have some ways of identifying that. But we also don't want to forget about those other cases where it's not a matter of economic disadvantagement. And so we're working on coming up with a prioritization strategy for that.
Thank you, Mr. Gay, and you do shed some light and you make very valid points. I would add that you include in that prioritization of achievement gaps as your top priority. So with that, I will stand and let my fellow governing board members move forward.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sarah Martinez. Ms. Pingarelli, I see your hands up.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Yeah, I just had a question in regards to the attachment, My School, My Way. And I think Dr. Bell hit on a little bit about this, but in one section, page 10, it says that all students are welcome in this model. This is the virtual instruction. Even those who reside outside of our district boundaries, following the completion of our open enrollment process. I just wanted to just clarify that if a student chooses the virtual in someplace like Liberty or Sunrise Mountain that is overcrowded, and they choose to go on campus after the first semester, how that would look.
I'm not sure I understand the question. So I think the question has to do with if a student open enrolls into our virtual setting and then would go to a bricks and mortar school. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you know, I know we've had this discussion about out of district students and going into schools that are overcrowded at the present time. So I just wanted to make sure that that's addressed, that if a student does a virtual instruction from out of district and they are obviously out of district, but they're in a school that is already over capacity, that if they want to now go to a brick and mortar school, is this case, say Liberty, you know, that they have to, you know, abide by the policy of how we have it set up, only in district students for if we're out of capacity that are allowed to go to those overcapacity schools. Does that make sense?
Yes, I believe.
Dr. Bell, this is Dr. Reynolds.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Pingarelli,
Yep.
just to answer that question, you're exactly right. We won't be, you know, if we have, let's just say we have 20% of the student population at any one of our schools who chooses to go to an online format, stay in an online format when we return, we won't be opening up those the 20% of that population to open enrollment, knowing that those students, expecting that those students will be coming back to us, if that addresses your concern. So it even doesn't even have to be one of our our schools who are either approaching or over capacity. It could be any one of our schools. We will be monitoring that very, very carefully.
Okay, thank you very much. And just one last question, and that's on the hybrid model. I know you touched on it a little bit, but so it has Group A, Group B, but for Group A or Group B, on the other 3 days that they're virtual instruction, it says a free on-site location for students to go during the school day to complete their online learning on campus. So I guess if we're trying to keep the students' numbers down to separate students, how does that look, and where would those students be placed on a particular campus?
It's a great question, Mrs. Pingarelli. Thank you. So a couple things with that. As I mentioned in the presentation, that's with the governor's order of last Wednesday, executive order of last Wednesday, that it does make it difficult. To your point of wanting to keep students, you know, as I'm struggling for words here, but to keep them separated, right, between group A and Group B. And the thought behind that is, you know, having that day of disinfecting and that type of thing on Wednesday. If we have an outbreak of COVID-19 within, you know, a grade level of the A group, it wouldn't affect the B group. With that executive order, we would be required to have the students on campus, you know, and we would only pivot to that is at the time that our, you know, governor or any of our health agencies would ask us to vastly decrease the number of students on campus. So it somewhat defeats the purpose. So I get your question, and I understand it, but that would be the requirement from the executive order from our governor of last Wednesday. So I hope that helps. You can ask me a follow-up question if I didn't answer it correctly.
No, I do agree that does defeat the purpose. So I think that's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pingarelli. I do have a couple questions. I do want to allow Ms. Doan to ask any subsequent questions, but before I move the mic over to her, Dr. Reynolds, I do want to piggyback on Ms. Pingarelli's question around the overcrowding or the capacity, right? So, and maybe I'm thinking of this too simplistically, but online or face-to-face, I mean, we have a capacity that guides us regarding how many students, attend one of our sites, right? So would we not maintain that same number? So when we go from an online or virtual learning experience to the phase 2 and then phase 3 of, then brick and mortar, it allows for a smoother transitions of those students from the online platform to the face-to-face experience. Is that kind of how we're allowing for enrollment to take place at all of our sites? Meaning it's no different than it was before. It's just a blend between virtual and face-to-face. Does that make sense?
Yeah. If in a perfect world, right, in the ideal situation, we would be, let's just say you've got, I'll keep using this as an example. Let's just say you've got 3 third grade teachers at a school, and a third of the students would like to go to online, and 2/3 of the students would like to be in face-to-face. That's an ideal scenario where you've got one teacher at one site. We can, work to assign that so that when we do come back to full face-to-face for all of our students, that's an easy transition. As you can imagine, where the challenge will come is when of those, let's just say, of those 75 students, if only 10 of them would like to go to an online experience. Well, we won't be able to take that one teacher for those 10 students. We'll have to combine those 10 students with 10 students from another school, and 5 students from another, and 5 from another. And so it's not as clean as just kind of keeping those teachers at those schools. It's what also is going to make it difficult, and I explained this to our stakeholder leadership team yesterday, when families are online and then they choose to, they come to us and say, okay, it is November and we would like to come back. We're going to have to be very strategic in how we find teachers to come back for those, to meet the needs of those kids, because we'll have taken that teacher and moved them to the online. So it is complicated. The other aspect of your question is, and I think this was to Mrs. Pingarelli's point, and that is, if the school is 1,000 and 100 students choose to go online, and we then open our open enrollment up and fill those 100 spots with open enrolled students, and then we come to bring back our online students, we will have created a challenging situation. And so that is where I believe that was where Mrs. Pingarelli was coming from.
Makes sense. Thank you for that. Ms. Pingarelli, you have your hand up. Did you have a subsequent question, or is that from earlier?
I'm sorry, I did not raise my hand, or I did not lower my hand.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Ms. Stone, I definitely want to hand the mic over to you to see if you have any subsequent questions for the team.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thanks to everybody for such a robust discussion, and a lot of my questions have been answered because of the good questions that have been asked by my fellow board members, and I appreciate that. I have right now just one issue that I would, it's been danced around a little bit, but we may be having students that have extended periods of time out of school, and this has obviously been addressed, that we're going to look and see what the requirements would be and all that as far as for completing the grade or graduation or whatever. But I was wondering if there's any possibility of, like, students who may be in live school using the online platform for extended periods if they're at home to keep up so that they don't fall behind.
Mrs. Doan, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds, we have a variety of tools that we can use to help students either catch up or keep learning from home. I believe that many of these platforms are designed specifically to do that. Some of those we used in the spring and had a great deal of success in terms of students working through lessons and completing lessons and demonstrating growth in the end. So the answer to your question is yes. Florida Virtual is, if we think of it like a school, if you will, an online school, that is a platform predominantly used for students who are going to be using that full time. So we would be creating and using a variety of tools as students come back to school that are go with, as an example, our board approved new ELA curriculum has some online resources for student use at home.
Okay, so that's not necessarily the Florida one, but we will have online usage for students with extended home stays.
That is correct.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. And that's all I have for right now.
Thank you for that, Ms. Stone. I'll be quick because I know we're running short on time, but and Dr. Bell, I know you mentioned that you and team are still looking at how we are going to integrate the arts into this online learning environment in an effective way. That said, Mr. Panzer, if you're out there, I would love to hear from you, your vision, around, how we may be able to still offer, maybe not all, but to continue to kind of, hit the gate running with some offerings from an arts perspective and how those may grow throughout this semester. So if you're out there, we'd love to listen to your vision with regard to the arts.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Sandoval and members of the governing board for the opportunity to share a little bit. Obviously, keeping the students safe is the first priority for everything that we are going to be working with. But we certainly believe that there are ways to have the ability to identify and incorporate the arts even in that online setting. With the Florida Virtual, there are some options that are parallel to a lot of the programming that we currently have in place, but certainly with the active engagement that so many of our arts classes are centered around, we are not going to be able to emulate every single experience. What I do deeply and believe is that we have opportunities that we are going to be able to move forward to continue to, enrich what our students are doing, to be able to allow them to have that creative expression and follow their passions. It will look a little differently, but there are many, many tools in an online format that we can create with our educators to have them engaging in small ensembles, individual type work, and focus on instruments and acting, as well as in that creative process in an art and a photography course. So I do believe that if we are guided by the board and by the district to be given the option to work a little bit outside of the Florida Virtual and incorporate that into our eCampus structures and have that flexibility to offer that we have teachers and staff who are prepared to implement those pieces and to be able to move forward meaningful learning and engagement in the arts. It will just look differently, but there are certainly opportunities to do that.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I've always said it. The arts are a critical component to the success of our students, not only within our walls, but as they leave our doors, and whatever we can do. And I know you're the right person to lead this vertical within PUSD. You'll be creative. And you definitely have a passion and lead with intentionality. So looking forward to understanding a little bit more and how we continue to grow in this virtual environment from an arts perspective and continue to offer those great programs. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you. I look forward to sharing more, and I do have some additional things that we could share at a later date as well.
All right. Thank you very much. One other, I want to piggyback on something that Ms. Martinez brought up. It was around our vulnerable students, right? And when we take a look at our mantra of every student, every day, you know, I am looking forward to learning more around, you know, ESS and our students with special needs, and more specifically, you know, our homeless students, our McKinney-Vento students. I haven't heard much, you know, about, you know, our youth who are in those scenarios. So I don't know if Dr. Walters and Ms. Leonard are still available, but you know, again, I believe you guys are still working on the plan there, but if there's any insight that you can provide today, you know, around your thoughts and how we're going to ensure that, again, we uphold our mantra of every student every day as it relates to our homeless and McKinney-Vento students, would love to learn more.
Thank you, President Sandoval. This is Kathleen Leonard. Are we in the afternoon yet? Yeah, good afternoon, board members, and good afternoon, Superintendent Dr. Reynolds. Thank you for that question. We are working very closely with our McKinney-Vento homeless liaison, Reese Stevens, to ensure that our students who are McKinney-Vento students and our foster care students are receiving all the services that they need. We did take advantage of the McKinney-Vento mini grant that came about this summer to help support those students. We're still working very closely with Homeless Youth Connection to make sure that we have items available for students and support in that way as well. So I know that Mr. Stevens worked diligently to make sure that all of our students at the end of the year he reached out to all of the students that we identified. I think our hope next year is to really have even more due diligence around identifying students that are homeless and being able to provide services for them. So they're definitely part of our plan and will continue to be. So I hope that answers some of your questions or concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Definitely something that you know, is near and dear to my heart, and you know, and I know it's always all of our students are included in all the conversations. So I do appreciate yours, Dr. Walters, and I think it's Marquise, is that correct? Who's also part of your team, and making sure that we are always staying in contact, you know, with these students and making sure that we address their needs, you know, really on the daily, right? Because I can't imagine, you know, what some of them are going through, and potentially how this segment of our student population may even grow, right, during these times. And, you know, with that said, you know, Dr. Davidson, you know, we talked a little bit about classified staff, and I think it was Ms. Underhill who brought up the question, but, you know, certainly our food service workers, right, you know, they continued over the summer serving meals to our students and their families and staff for that matter. You know, obviously we'll still have that need, you know, as we begin the school year. It may even be greater. And then we take a look at our transportation department, you know, and how, you know, potentially there are opportunities for us to, you know, continue to broaden their knowledge and confidence in their roles from a professional development perspective. You know, maybe it's CPI training. But I think as we take a look at our classified staff, you know, let's take a look at, you know, all aspects of their roles in the seat. I mean, our role as leaders is to take care of those in our charge and to make sure individuals can work at their natural best, and that they do come to work inspired and are confident in their roles. And, you know, if we can leverage, you know, any time that we have to develop them professionally, you know, I think we should do so. So that said, you know, I just wanted to make sure that we're thinking globally, you know, about all of our associates and how they impact the success of our students in PUSD. That said, Ms. Sarah Martinez, you have your hand up.
Just the last, thank you for addressing the classified question. The last one that we consistently get in regards to emails is, in an emergency, what is our last plan? So if a campus has a reported COVID case, what is our threshold and when we're going to decide to close down a campus, or what are our plans in that space?
Thank you, Mrs. Sehar Martinez. I'm going to ask Mrs. Alexander to rejoin the conversation, as I know that has been briefly discussed at the county level as part of the team that she is a part of.
Well, thank you, Mr. Duguid, again. Maricopa County Department of Public Health has been meeting about this. It's one of their more serious topics, one of their biggest topics, and one of the greatest unknowns right now. They have meetings coming up soon and hopefully some guidelines coming out. So the 10% for absences is pretty clear, but as far as what we do per case, or is it 2 or more cases, that is still being worked on as we speak.
So just to be clear, Peoria Unified does not have a plan on how we approach that in an in-classroom setting. Is that accurate?
I think that once we receive the guidelines from Maricopa County, then we can have more discussion on what we would do.
Thank you. And we have recently shut down or put a pause on our athletics. They're not in school, but they practice during the summer. Do we have a threshold? I know that there's been a very clear phase approach online, and we never made it past phase 1. So in regards to athletics now and going forward, is there a threshold that has been discussed?
Mr. Ernster, would you like to weigh in on that question, sir?
Yeah, no problem. Good afternoon, members of the board. We're continually monitoring the situation and talking with the AIA as well as neighboring school districts on what the future looks like. They did put a delay on our fall sports season starting 2 days ago. They said it would start on August 17th. So I anticipate a delayed start in all of our practices, possibly a restricted or condensed season spread out equally amongst the 3 if we get to the point of being able to have a season. So that's to be determined as they sit down and meet with their executive team at the AI offices, and then they'll share that information with us, and we're prepared to react based on any situation they provide.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Ms. San Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Ernster. Fellow board members, final thoughts. Ms. Doan?
Okay. I just want to thank everybody for all the information and you know, acknowledge that this is a fluid time and nothing is going to be set in stone. Well, except perhaps our virtual opening, that's pretty solid. And the fact that we do value the safety and well-being of our community very highly, and we are doing our best to resolve all the questions and issues, and our folks, our staff have been working unbelievably hard to get all this in place, and I want to say I really appreciate that, and I acknowledge that, and that I guess all I can say is we'll keep on keeping on. So thanks to everybody.
Thank you for that, Ms. Stone. Ms. Underhill?
Yeah, I would just echo that. I just can't thank our whole team enough for all the work that they put into this, being so thoughtful. And, you know, we've asked a lot of questions, 3 hours worth of questions, and we were able to, you know, identify answers to the majority of those. So I know it's a continued work in progress. I guess I just want to say, I hope that all of our folks that are involved, you know, are doing what they can to stay healthy themselves, because we need you to be healthy. So make sure that, you take breaks and that kind of stuff too. And that goes for our teaching staff too. I know as we are wandering our way through this sort of uncharted territory, it's going to require a lot of different hours and different types of things. So just make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. And I just can't tell you how much we appreciate what you're doing, because I think, our decisions will help not just our students and our families get through this, but our community. So appreciate the responsible sort of perspective that you have put on this whole plan and keeping everybody safe and healthy. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Underhill. Ms. Pingerelli?
Well, I just want to thank everybody for their hard work on the presentation and the time spent today to go through things. I would like to get the students back in the classroom as quick as possible in a safe fashion. I think that is where their academics will thrive, and I know the students want to get back with their classmates. So again, I appreciate all the hard work, and we'll talk in, I guess, another week or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pingerelli. Ms. Sam Martinez.
Thank you, President Sandoval, staff, administrators, community. I share that same sentiment. I really want to echo the fact that we need everybody, good, bad, or indifferent, to share how you feel so that we can move forward together. Definitely very proud of our administration in asking the difficult questions and answering our difficult questions as we move forward. And as a parent of two boys who are yearning for relationships with their teachers and peers, their school age, I get it. And please know that you, and I say you as staff and community and kids, you're all in our minds 24/7. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sam Martinez. And I agree with what Ms. Pingerelli stated. There's no doubt, I mean, the face-to-face engagement, and we've seen in the emails as well, is important for our students to thrive in the classroom, without question. That said, let's continue to be courageous leaders and lead with compassion and empathy, and really allow the data and the science to have a truly weighted voice in those decisions that we make, right? And how we begin to phase, into the brick and mortar or face-to-face interaction with our students. Let's allow that to guide us. And not our fans, but we are responsible for 40,000 plus human lives and their families. So let's again allow our moral compass and ethics to have a weighted voice. But thank you, Dr. Reynolds and team, and all the community members, teachers, staff, site admin, district admin who have been involved throughout this process to inform this presentation. I ask that we continue to have a very open door policy, a platform that allows our community to be thought leaders, as we go through this. Certainly thought partners, I should say, as we go through this. So that's it. Dr. Reynolds, quick question, and before you get into your final words, what shall we expect? So I know we have COVID-19 on the agenda, really in all of our board moving forward, but I'm assuming as like next week's board meeting, this plan will be further vetted out with more details, certainly around our homeless, population, our students with special needs, et cetera. I mean, there are some areas in here that I think, some more details are certainly warranted. So, I mean, if you can speak to kind of expectations moving forward, and then allow you for final comment.
Thank you for that, President Sandoval. we will, based on this conversation today, we will begin implementing, and I say begin, but it's continue implementing our communication plan. We've heard a lot of great feedback, and we'll dive into or continue diving into some of that detail so that we can be releasing that as we move towards August 5th. Certainly on our meeting on the 9th, we'll have another update and be able to address some of the things that were brought up today. But more importantly, it's that communication that we get out to our families. So it starts immediately.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that. And, especially around the communication, that is critical to, ensure that everybody has that peace of mind that, the district has their best interest top of mind. Last question for you and team is, from a board perspective, what else can we be doing to support you in this throughout this process?
Well, if I may, President Sandoval and all of our governing board members, just a couple of quick observations from the last few hours. First of all, I hope, and I'm actually confident that our community understands that safety is our first priority, the safety of our students, the safety of our staff. We know how uncertain these times are, and for many of us, scary to think about how, as a parent myself, sending our students back to school. We completely understand what you're going through, and please know that we are working every single day to make sure that we can provide a safe and engaging environment, learning environment for all of our staff and for all of our students. I hope today has shown not only our governing board, but our entire community that the team that we have working this challenge, they are the best in the business. They are dedicated, they are passionate. They show up every day for the staff and students of this district. And our community should feel confident that we're doing everything we can to plan for, as you brought up today, each and every scenario. But this is the most complex challenge that we have faced in public education, certainly since I have been involved, and we appreciate the patience of our community as we continue to explore a lot of the questions that were brought up today, as we continue to plan for each and every one of those scenarios. So thank you for that, and thank you to the community for our feedback. And lastly, just to say that the leadership of this governing board is truly exemplary. The way that you respond to our community, the way that you are available, the way that you listen, the way that you are the eyes and the ears and the voice for our community members is it's second to none. And as an organization, it's necessary, it's critical to our success. So thank you for that. And the questions that you bring, the thoughtful questions, the in-depth way that you dive in and you look at this through the eyes of community members, through the eyes of parents, through the eyes of teachers. Again, it is incredibly helpful. And so to continue to do that, to continue to support our work, and to continue to challenge us to be at our very best. That's what we continue to ask of you as a governing board, and as the superintendent on my very first day. I'm so proud to be part of this organization. So thank you for making me part of it, and I'm confident that we're going to continue to address this challenge in a way that is empathetic and compassionate, but also one that again provides that safe and engaging learning environment for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. San Martinez. Your hand's up.
Sorry about that.
No worries. All right. Well, Dr. Reynolds, thank you for those kind words. I've always said it, a group of people with a common set of values and beliefs can do great things. And I think we've got that amongst the board and throughout the 4,000 plus associates, our students and our families. So looking forward to working together and, ensuring the success of our kids, of all of our associates, and their well-being. So thank you and team again. If no other comment or discussion, I'd like to, I need a motion to adjourn.
President Sandoval,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to adjourn the meeting at 1:10.
Second.
So, Ms. Contra, we have a motion by Ms. Martinez and a second by Ms. Underhill. Can you please lead us through a vote?
Thank you, President Sandoval. I would be happy to. Mrs. Pingarelli?
Aye.
Mr. Sandoval?
Aye.
Sure.
Mrs.
No,
Jones?
I'm right with you. Yay.
Mrs. Sejal Martinez?
Right.
Aye.
Mrs. Underhill?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Adjournment at 1:10.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
You too, sir.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.